Good hello, and welcome to Cascade, that game I run every so often. This is the last of the Summer Elves, the fourth arc in Cascade. This is part 8 somehow. It's the 7th of December 2024. I am Viktor, the GM. It is the 7th of December 2024. And here are the players.
Hey, I'm Sean. I'll be playing Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I'm playing Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and today I'll be playing Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker, who's the exact sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hello, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
And while we still have Chris here in the chat, I don't think he'll be joining us this evening. He is still poorly and unable to get Discord to work, but he is definitely poorly. He's just sent me a message. So, alas, no Nori, unless magic things happen. So, who remembers what happened last time?
Hannah, you can take us through it, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah?
I was a bee. That's the last bit of information I have.
Mm-hmm.
I was very awake and energetic last week.
Yes, it was very energetic from us all, I think.
Definitely remember everything.
What happened? So, we had a bit of a rest. So Nori tried to pickpocket Posey. We wanted to have a look at the book a bit more, and Falkwin potentially wanted to transcribe it. We didn't write it down in the end.
Falkwin definitely did not want to transcribe it. Aliben was... He wasn't super keen, and Aliben was like, no.
Yep, sorry, other way around. I think it was
Lockhart, however, knows such things about how magic works. So Lockhart wrote it down and made an attempt to memorize the spell, just in case the book goes missing and someone, else needs to say the words to unbe Myr'ra. But that probably doesn't work like that. But give it a go anyway.
Yeah, we tried to do that. And then, went on for a bit longer. We travelled for a few days. We came across five branches in the path. We didn't know where to go. So Nori went down one of them that had tracks down it, and then Katie then pulls out instructions. Basically, I know where to go. Got this. So we waited until Nori came back, and then we went the way we were supposed to go.
What big Katie energy?
Yeah.
Nori found. I couldn't quite. I don't quite remember how it was. Either a big one or just lots of them.
It was like a cave, like entrance. Opening where there was probably lots further down that you could hear. None we saw.
So it's like a big kind of writhing mass inside like a cave mouth. So there was 5 paths ahead of the gang, obviously the 6th one behind. The tracks that Nori had very, very well rolled. Tracked them straight on through the 3rd path in front, and while he went off, that's when Katie was like, or we could just use the instructions Margot gave us. Yeah. But obviously, Lockhart just let Nori scout ahead. Yeah. So off Nori goes into the darkness, scouts ahead, goes through the cave system, narrows down into quite claustrophobic levels, to the point where it comes into what looks like a kind of interior grotto-y type kind of cave opening, and a very big writhing mass of what looks like those bugs. So Nori swiftly turned about and left, while asking the question, how easy is this to collapse in? And it says, well, you probably could manage it, but it wouldn't be quiet or quick. So he's like, okay, scrap that. We'll just not go this way. Does anyone remember what the other paths led to?
There was
one of them just led back to itself. Like
two descending, two ascending, and like they kind of loop back. The ones that are ascending are basically we could go that way, but it's a lot longer, and it wins back up to the right path again or something.
So, out of the 5 paths in front, obviously path 3 leads to those bugs. Path 1 and 2 loop on themselves. One of the, like I think I said path 2 is the one that loops a long way around back onto path 1. Path 1 goes down and is the path forward and out the other side of the cave. Path 4 goes to a dead end, and path 5 loops up into what will eventually be like an old abandoned hearthcore dwarf city. And that's where those paths lead. And obviously path 6 is the one you're on, I think came from. So, you just got there. And when Nori eventually came back, the plan had been like, okay, so we have new information, we've got a map, we've got a navigator again, he didn't die till the bugs. Let's carry on, shall we? So, then, yeah, several days passed. During those several days, though, Nori decided to entertain the gang somewhat. You just want to loop Hannah in on that?
Oh, we all kind of had a bit of like talks to Katie, and Nori decided to like dress as Katie.
Yeah.
And like, oh, it's okay. I'm like super like looking after you and all these things and trying to bring up your spirits and stuff. And ended up giving Katie like blood, which I for a bit to like help him out, and we got and Katie could like taste different things in his blood because you can kind of tell where they're from, and it seems to be that he's half elf and then maybe half Calderon. So there's yeah,
so Nori and Katie had some private chats off to the side. Nori was very trusting, just following Katie into a dark part of the cave system, I have to admit. You didn't even question that, because basically Nori went off to like get a live rabbit and a cave hare, or whatever I called them, a Kavahari, or whatever fancy name they need for the sake of fantasy. But he went off and got one alive and one he'd killed, to be like, does he need something living to sustain him? Can he eat something dead? Like, so he went off hunting, and he came back and he's like, I don't want to just offer him this because I don't think he'll take it, so I'll dress as him and try and be like, oh yes, servant, go get me some food. Very pantomime of him, which was hilariously odd, but it was good. It was very good fun. Katie was very amused by the whole thing. Bemused, probably more accurate. And then when he came back and offered them both, he's like, well, follow me. And then they had a chat about how, I think Katie mentioned that it would be unusual for this killer to care about him and his dad unless his dad happened to be Calderon, since it seems like all the victims he has studied were Calderon. But again, Katie hasn't had a lot of time with this, but he's done, obviously, what research he could have in very little time, as Katie always seems to manage. So he was quite curious as to, what Nori could tell him. And then he said, well, perhaps I could learn more with the taste of your blood. And Nori was like, okay. So again, Nori was super trusting. And then, sadly Katie is like, I actually can't tell because the half-elven part would be covering up whatever the other half is because of how potent elven blood is for KT. So he's like, I would need my equipment to be able to do more. So perhaps when we get back to Voros, you'll want to spend some time with me. and we'll see if we can suss out something together. So that was kind of the gist of the Katie and Nori stuff. But they did that for quite a few of the days, repeatedly, to see if they could get more and more. After the first attempt, though, he left both rabbits with Katie, and then Katie had some privacy to do whatever Katie did, and came back, and their outfits seemed miraculously repaired. They still seemed pretty fucked, but their outfits seemed fine. And then, yeah, Alban let Falkwin know that some magic just happened. It's like very brief burst of magic. It's like, that's noted. As the party discussed Katie and the situation, I can't remember the exact conversation, but you discussed something as Katie then walked in on it. I think it was just with Nori and well, everything, I guess, that was going on with the ongoing plots. And yeah, I think that was pretty much the main conversation points that came up there. The party then got to the other side of the cave system, into Caldera, and there was a couple of more refugees than they were expecting. So there was about 80 people waiting. They'd set up some kind of makeshift camp, so they've obviously been here for a couple of days, and it would be noticeable with the concern. Yeah. Anyone else? Did I miss anything out that was potentially important?
I think that's it.
I do know that Madam Fig was invented as someone that...
Madam Fig. Falkwin's
like
something.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, a tutor of some sort.
Tutor. Yeah, that's...
I wrote...
Was she again?
I did write down 2 words here, but it looks like long wages. So I don't know what that second word is, but long seems to be long suffering, maybe. I don't know. It looks like long wages. And I don't think that's what that says. So yes. There's also the word didn't in front of it. I don't know what that means either. That's just written here. Possibly by the other me that occasionally takes my notes for me and doesn't tell me what they mean. Yep. You spent a lot of time with Ignysera as a bee, so Myr'ra was definitely kept company. You and Posey traded quite a bunch during those days, just in the narrative abstract, so obviously any kind of narrative stuff you'd like to have done retroactively can have happened, based on the schedule you and her kept.
I think just some recovery rolls.
Yeah. As I said, it's been several days, so you can be right back up to full. But yeah, anything else from anyone else? Or is that all the recap? I think that's pretty much the main points I think we covered. Mm-hmm. Yep. Definitely trying to think if there was anything remotely else, but I think that was the main thing. Also just some kind of trying to push into the mystery a bit more while getting through these caves between Katie and Nori. So Nori seems to have came around quite a bit on Katie, which is nice. We also had Lockhart or Alexander. I'm actually unsure how to separate the two at this stage. Be like, hey, back off my vampire.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because Ignysera also got like some chatting with Katie. And yeah, that was the other thing. So Ignysera went and tried to check in with Katie, and Katie was surprisingly upfront with Ignysera, like without any immediate bullshit. It was just straight to the, here's, how things are with me, which was quite unusual.
Is Falkwin the only KT skeptic at this point?
No, Alban is too. You know that.
Sure.
It depends what you mean by skeptical. What are you skeptical about? Mistimed burrito bite. I see. I mean, that's probably quite a good question to ask as a player moment, right? As a thing, what are people's opinions about Katie currently? Like, I mean, if we're going to do the friendometer scale, right? Like, where are we with them? Let's start with Lockheart. Boyfriends? No?
I think for Falkwin...
I prefer the term soulmate.
Okay. But yeah, Falkwin, what were you thinking?
I think it's more of a fails the vibe check thing.
Okay.
Like, maybe there's some implicit bias against Calderan's playing around in Falkwin's mind. I don't know. Sorry, Myr'ra. You're fine, but it could be there's some element of that combined with KT's like there's a disconnect, right, between him being sort of really happy-go-lucky and friendly, yet also it feels like there's a predatory side to him.
I think that's fair to say, yeah. Like, that's definitely not... What I've at least projected of him is 100% that. There's a very friendly, like, years in the making charisma about KT. Mixed in with the fact that he's not afraid to remind people that he is quite predatorial, even socially, right? With his agenda specifically as well, whatever that may be, he's quite targeted at getting to it. Even if you just flash back briefly to when you were like first introduced to him in the Dwarf Hall specifically, where it's like, oh, we don't want to go that way. It's like, well, let's go that way anyway. It was very much he was the force of nature, and you had to kind of go along with him. But you did manage to then be like, actually, no, let's go elsewhere because we don't want you to walk into a room with daylight. Because we don't know what will happen. So yes. What about yourself, Hannah? How do you feel? How does Myr'ra feel? And how does Hannah feel?
I see where Sean / Falkwin are coming from. Because I think that was us in Arc 1. Like, we were like, he's so affable, but we also feel like he might be evil. But I think having gone through that, it's then like, well, he wasn't the bad guy then, so it's probably fine. And I think like Sir Ethane is quite a good character reference, despite being so mysterious. Like Sir Ethane seems to have a very like, this is good and this is not good end of. So I think the fact that Sir Ethane works with him also stands him in quite good stead.
Yeah.
I think he's got that kind of like, how to say, it's that kind of like, I'm out for myself, but that means he's not maniacally cackling behind our backs, because that's not in his self-interest. And then I think Myr'ra just quite likes him. I think Myr'ra's just like, yep. She's not very people smart.
And also, like, Myr'ra's like got a tiny bit of kinship with him over the last couple of sessions, right? Like, there has been that's also maybe helped, like, Myr'ra, at least.
Yeah.
Lots of similar vibes.
And I think, again, Myr'ra's now met some incredibly scary people. And therefore, like, KT just doesn't, like, I don't think she's concerned.
Yeah, bigger, scarier fish.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. Yep. I mean, how well do you think KT would hold up against a Ferren out of interest as well, right? Given what you guys have experienced of the Ferren versus what you've experienced of KT, right? Like, there are scary things in this world, never mind, like, the 7 devils. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe except Sloth. I think Sloth and KT would be a fun scene to have.
Oh, they get on so well.
Let's never have that scene, because I don't know if I would cope having to be those two characters in the one scene. But yes, Kalli, obviously you've had probably the least time with KT in terms of players.
I like him. I just think he's cool. I don't care if he turns out to be evil. I think he's great.
It's like, I'm all in. I mean, good now. Does Ignysera have different feelings?
I think she probably trusts him as much as you can. Someone that kind of don't know super well. I think like she maybe trusts him more now because he was very forthcoming about how he was doing and things, wasn't trying to
Like put on a face.
hide it when she was asking. So he seems fairly open as much as he probably can be.
Yeah, I think he's had that death by 1,000 cuts conversation where he even said to you, like, you asked him how he was actually doing, and he was like, well, I'm not altogether okay because each individual bat was fighting.
Yeah.
So when they all recoalesced, they all had their own wounds they brought back. And that's when I think Ignysera says, oh, like 1,000 cuts still. Yeah, so he's had that little moment. It was very nice. And yeah, there was no bullshit really between you two at all. It was very to the point, which maybe goes to show just how bad he actually is, that he's not even throwing that up for certain people. It's interesting. Yeah, no, interesting. And Lockhart, besides soulmates, of course.
I mean, there's an element of he is the plagueis to Lockhart's sheave. So it's like trust, as much as needs to and can, throw off into a chasm. I think the goals are aligned, and I think it is worth keeping alongside. Like, if you wanted us harm, good. I think that's something that Lockhart is quite aware.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of me as a GM running, obviously KT as well versus the party, like, even the, Arc 1, he's could have given him a run for your money. Like, he's a lot more capable, and I think would be in a different system, right? Like, the system front loads people quite nicely. Obviously, as soon as you get to that tier 2, there's a massive bump in a lot of things, but like, it's mostly options rather than like, more punch, because you've got the ability to throw in a good amount of, effort, so to speak. But yeah, it was the same as I think we had that conversation about, like, KT was over the moon at the idea of getting Sirithane to have a sparring match with Riven, and I think everyone was like, well, we're all kind of eager to see how that would play out. So yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, it's, don't sell yourselves short, especially when you look at things like how capable you actually were during something like the Farron fight, etc. And the multiple Farron fight later on. But yes, so KT aside, you guys are faced with 80 or so refugees in front of you in this kind of makeshift camp, all very kind of uncomfortable at seeing the mixed bunch that aren't a bunch of dwarven escorts. Yeah. Obviously, for the sakes of convenience, I believe Posey will be a B for this. It feels appropriate.
No, she seems so warm and comfortable.
Oh, Posey.
She could be the face.
I'll just have that, 81 person conversation with myself then, shall I? Be a new record for me, at least. But yes.
Take it away, Nori.
Yeah! As I said, Katie held back quite a bit in the cave itself. So yes, I think Katie is probably there with the donkey and horse. And probably Dakima is probably with him. She's a lot better now after several days of recovery and eating and stuff. So she seems to be better. Like, definitely you wouldn't have to worry about her now, but obviously you wouldn't maybe necessarily want her to be fed on again. So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you care about her well-being... but I think, did I say it last week? I think I did, about Katie even said that you wouldn't want to do something like that again, that big. I'm sure you had reservations. I'm sure you said that to Ignysera, I think. That was one of the other things they brought
kind
up.
of like a last ditch, really, isn't it? Last resort kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not something he would really want to repeat. Because it is him splitting himself, rather than like Myr'ra throwing like shadow energy at people. was kind of him becoming it. So, yeah. But yes, you've got essentially a makeshift little village, I guess, of about 80 people here. Some, various like hide-style tents everywhere, and obviously quite a lot of bustle as this kind of crowd start forming. I think I described it as a bunch of kids playing near the cave mouth and running away when they saw you guys. But kids mean like teenagers. So yeah. What's the gang's plan?
I suppose we should start rounding them up.
Maybe we could ask if they sort of if someone speaks for them. People quite quickly elect leaders. I look around. Does anybody look like they're in charge?
Take me to your leader.
Okay, well let's see. Let's see how we go on. Man, these are some good ones. So yeah, I think. Oh, we're going with that one. So the person that gets pushed forward, somewhat reluctantly, is a kind of older woman. Like could be anywhere based on. She moves like she's probably closer to the 40 side of the bracket, but she looks closer to the 60 bracket. So kind of almost refined, but like slightly like hunched over as well. But definitely like physically, quite capable looking. Not wearing the best of stuff either. Like it's definitely nobody here looks like they came from wealth. Let's put it that way. And yeah, she kind of gets pushed forward and looks a bit like put out by that. Like, why is it me again? Like, probably because she's got mum energy, right? It's probably that kind of vibe where it's like, well, if nobody else is doing it, I suppose. So she kind of walks up to the group and kind of like scratches the back of her neck and like cracks it back a bit and looks at everyone and goes, "These all look a bit tall for dwarves."
Yes, we have been sent to guide you on the authority of some of the dwarves, but we'll be able to guide you through just the same. We have just made the path through the other way ourselves. I am Lockheart. Do you speak for pretty much? Yeah.
She like coughs up and like spits to the side and then like wipes her mouth and looks over her shoulder back at everyone that's kind of just eagerly hanging on everyone's shoulders, like she goes, I guess yep, that's me. Name's Clovis, Diggle Clovis. You can call me Dig.
Diggle.
Yep, so Diggle Clovis is what their name is.
Oh,
So you can call me Dig.
Diggle.
Yup. Guess I've been put in charge of this lot.
How long have you been here?
Been here just over a week.
Okay.
It's
And
not ideal.
were you here at the same time as everyone, or has that been more gradual?
Seems like we picked up some, people as we travelled, but it's not exactly a short trip from the pit to here. And I guess often the kind of overcast background is the looming volcano. It's clearly a couple of weeks away. And not particularly nice terrain. She goes, well, we're probably quite lucky to make our supplies last this long, and while some of us might be adept at hunting, it's not exactly like there's game afoot here. It's quite sparse, hence the eagerness to leave.
Yes. We'll be making our way as soon as we can. And how many do you have a figure exactly?
I've not
Probably
counted.
will have to
No.
take
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Myr'ra's gonna look at Lockhart being like, we need like a list. We need everybody's name, the name they're willing to go by. Okay.
Yep. So,
Right, well,
got to take a census, basically.
Yep. Yeah. I would like a census. I want people put in groups. I want a group leader who's gonna make sure. I want to make sure everyone's okay all of the time.
Okay, who's taking charge of that?
I'll write it all down.
Okay.
Maybe I'll be more trustworthy here.
I mean,
Maybe it all cancels each other out if we're all Helborn. Maybe our innate distrustfulness doesn't hinder me as much.
I mean, that's a valid point, right? Like, I mean, I feel like, is it worse though? Does it double up? Like, because everyone's like, it's like, so if that's 80 doublings up, how many grains of rice is no? But yeah, Lockhart, do you want to do some admin rolls? This feels like an admin role, unless you have math as a skill.
No, I was thinking exactly like, okay, we need groups, we need how many people?
All right.
We need some kind of like buddy system.
2 to the power 80, by the way, is approximately a 1, a 2, and then 23 zeros.
Yeah, I was going to say it's very large number. I couldn't have told you the number. I just knew it was very large. It's ridiculous. Fun though, but ridiculous.
Thankfully, I don't think that's the way it works.
Does Myr'ra and her portable writing desk count as an asset for Lockhart?
You count as an asset for Lockhart, at least. And if I need you to make a roll, it will count as an asset for you.
Okay.
Okay. So talk me through what's happening here, Lockhart. We've got 2 levels of effort, we've got an asset, and we've got trained.
Yep. So
Asset's just Myr'ra?
Rolled. Yeah.
Cool.
Asset was Myr'ra. Trained because literally administration. And 2 levels of effort because it's free. So that's plus 12, so that's 26.
Yes, it is. Yes, there are 79 people here.
Okay.
Is that including Clovis?
Yes. That's everyone that hasn't already been mentioned in the arc thus far. That's it, that's the only number of people I've got left in the game world. 79. But no, so
them all now.
So that's refugees.
And could we get like roughly how long they've like the average person's been here?
In the camp?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's been in the camp for a week or so. Like, let's say it's been like, the average seems like 9 days. But that's just because nobody says they travelled separate from the group, though. It's just that everybody remembers it slightly differently, based on however they've tracked time getting here. But the average seems to be 9 days, which, I mean, out of your, sample size of 79, that seems good enough that, let's say, 60 of them said 9 days, give or take. Some others maybe got it out by a day. But they've all been camping for those 9 days here. What you're really asking, I think, was, did they all travel from the start together? Which is not the case. So some left different parts of the pit and have met up. Dig lets you guys know during that, because Dig follows you guys while you are going through. More so to kind of you can tell that she's kind of trying to gauge it herself now that she goes, maybe that was a good idea to have done that in the first place. After having been here for 9 days with 80 strangers. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, Dig works through it, and they seem to be taking their own kind of notation as well, as if like you can hear her like repeat stuff back to herself. And yeah, from what you can tell, like it seems like 3 main groups have left the pit at different points of the pit itself, because the pit's the massive area around the base of the volcano. It's a massive sprawling slum city. It's probably the biggest city other than the seat of the sun, which is the Rakishan capital. The pit's probably the biggest city, if you could call it a city, because it's got probably the most people in it in terms of, you know, squalor and whatnot. So yeah, different people have left at different parts. Dig does highlight the trepidation the main group had that she was in when other people appeared, obviously on the route, because as you can imagine, it's not something you're wanting to broadcast, and likewise with the other group. So there was a lot of, well, you tell me why you're here. No, you tell me why you're here. And as Myr'ra did highlight, sadly, Helborn do have a slightly uncomfortable edge to them. So yes, it was touch and go for a lot of the travels, but by the time the third group joined in, they were like, yep, probably makes sense that these are trying to escape this hellhole of a place. So yeah. How you just want to organise this group?
Lockhart probably is starting to have the thoughts of, okay, 80 people. We don't got food for 80 people, and the 80 people probably don't have food for 80 people.
Well, keep in mind they have, like, they did say their supplies had run out, and they've been doing what they can to hunt in the meantime, like during the trip and here, but they have been here for 9 days now. So yeah.
So their supplies will be minimal
Mm-hmm.
for trying to get us through.
I mean, you know, those horse-sized bugs are probably edible.
And a cave rabbit.
And the Kavahari. Yep.
We've got 80 people that we can throw at the problem until the problem gets one way or the other.
Lockheart.
I think we have. Do we have an ETA on how long it takes to get through? It's like a week or something to get through.
Like, I think Hughes technically made it just shy of a week because of Nori's good rolls. Still with us, Alexander? We just lost your image.
Yeah, no, I am.
That's okay, cool. But yes, so normally it takes about a week to get through the cave structure, but Nori made that like a couple of days less for you guys because of the, you know, absolute excellent navigation rolls Nori's capable of, and also that KT map thing that was definitely helpful. I did say, so for Hannah's benefit as well, KT wasn't holding out on people, it was only really useful once you got to that split. You couldn't really go any other way until the split.
Yeah.
But KT obviously held off till the most dramatic moment possible.
Of course he did.
There are rules, yeah.
I think Myr'ra would maybe suggest that we ask people to split into groups and then like come and tell us how many people are in their group. I think us trying to put people into groups is probably not going to be taken quite as, whereas if we let them self-group, yeah, and then each group maybe elects a person to like report in each evening so that we can check we're not losing people. And then yes, food.
Okay.
So maybe we need to ask anyone who is capable of hunting and make also like hunting parties. Or the, what are we calling these?
The Kavahari. It's just cave hair, but said funny.
I love it. It's better delicate.
Yeah.
Write it down with accents in my.
The Kavahari.
Sorry.
People say GMing's hard.
The other piercing question in the room is: do we tell people about, you know, why we're here, or do we just leave it vague as like we're just here to make sure you guys are safe because, you know, bugs and things?
I think they already know the path is dangerous.
Keep in mind this like group of what grew into 79 people have somehow dodged the Falkwin.
Yeah, they must have like a decent. Oh, they've been let through. Ah,
That was a general problem. This is specific. They're targeted by.
Remind me again, do the Falgain live in the pit, or are the Falgain just kind of roaming the wilds?
They roam the wilds. People live in the pit. Falgain aren't really considered people anymore, even though they were.
Okay.
So those are the ones that made really bad deals that they didn't really survive, if that makes sense. Like, their mentality didn't survive. So there's wild and wacky variations of Falgain in the world, unfortunately. Most are described as nightmare creatures.
And the pit is the slum, so it's not likely to be first generation Barlen, or is it all?
Generally, if you're a Barlen, your deal went well, right? Generally. That doesn't mean to say you have done well with your deal, if that makes sense.
Okay.
That just means you have a handle on whatever it was you asked for. A lot of Barlen live in Sin, which is the city on top of the volcano. However, there are some that would live in the pit for various reasons. Obviously, not all of the Barlen would have been in good keeping with the devils either, right? The devils might be like, you're not allowed to live in Sin, bugger off. So, yeah. So some of these people could be Barlen. Yep.
And some of them could be like descendants who've fallen out of favour.
Like, and also just people that want out of the shitty situation. So it could be Barlen all the way down to however many generations of their family have been living in Caldera. Yep.
Cool.
So after you've done your census and you obviously start trying to like work out who's going to be a good leader for the groups, can everyone that's paying attention, I guess, roll perception?
I imagine Falkwin would be
is
quite...
that just...
It's just intellect, unless you've got anything helping.
Just the intellect.
Could it be lore of the underworld? Technically into the underworld.
I mean, I'll let you roll that for this specific context. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that almost makes it worse.
Yeah, it's more concerning.
Does a spyglass count as an asset firm?
After the initial one, maybe. Unless you're going to knock out the lenses and just use it to listen. Okay, so what are people's totals?
Mine's 16.
Okay.
Mine's 13.
Ooh, what do we add to it?
So it's you're not adding anything. It was just the people that did do effort and things in training. Okay, so we've got a 10. We've got a 14. We have a 13. Did you say a 13 and a 16?
I probably should have done effort since it's free on all my intellect rolls.
Yeah, it's well done.
So I guess I'm a 13.
Yes, you can have retroactively spent it. Yes. Kalli,
It's free. It's free.
how's your intellect edge? Is there one?
2, so I would have to still spend.
It's okay. I've not said anything about these rolls yet, so if you're wanting to change your mind now, do it now. Otherwise, you're good. I mean, you've still currently got the second highest roll. And keep in mind, it took Lockheart 3 effort to get that, and it's only 2 higher than yours. So, okay. If we're all happy there, which felt way more attacky than I meant that to sound. Like, if we're all happy with that, yes.
With those crap rolls.
Yeah. Coming down the side of the cliff face with quite some speed and horrible chittering is quite a large looking creature. We're talking, what, 3 wagons-ish? in scale. This thing seems to be made of gangly arms. Yeah, with the speed in which it's moving at, it's hard to kind of say how many limbs this thing has. Or very bladed mouths. And the mouths, for Lockhart's benefit with his spyglass, seem to be in all the joints of the limbs. Yeah.
I don't like it.
Sounds gross.
Yeah.
Did someone make a deal for many hands make like work?
It's
Just like.
so this horrible creature is speeding towards this camp. So you have currently managed to count everyone, and you've started the organizational process. You haven't put people into the groups. You don't have leaders for everyone. You basically know Dig's name.
I think we have to get people into the tunnel.
Everyone into the cave.
Everybody move now.
Ignysera and
Should I just start yelling, booming?
Yeah. Where is?
Well, I think it's
Is Noya
potentially
still
we need a rear guard here.
Yeah, so as you can imagine, Noya will happily volunteer to be rear guard in that front because, Noya's here for this exact purpose, to defend these people. So obviously Noya's going to do that. Any help for Noya would probably be appreciated.
I'll say, yeah. Put people in.
You just hear like KT shouting like, "Is everything okay?"
Well,
No, everything's not okay. Everyone into the cave! Quick, quick, quick!
but we probably want someone at the front.
Do we want Noya at the front instead, and then us at the back?
I think we need
Do you want to be at the front, Mark?
He's froze for me. You froze there.
What a good time to see.
Just disconnects. Sorry, Lockhart's back gone. Bye.
Yeah, Lockhart's already gone. I'm not sure. Lockhart might be able to just help on that more. But Lockhart is genuinely happy to stay. I just don't think it's a good idea for us to not have someone. Like,
Let's
even
assume.
KT?
I was gonna say KT's at that side of the group anyway, and Nori can be at that side of the group.
Oh,
That was what I was going to say. So if we can have them in first and guiding people as we start trying to get them in, and we can hopefully help with the rear guard. So I think Lockhart will be trying to be like, okay, yes, you guys now wait, like directing traffic, trying to ease the egress as efficiently as possible.
Do you want to give me a persuasion roll to see if that even helps people?
Yeah, trying to camp people down, just like, towards the nearest exits. Walk, don't run.
leave your hand luggage. Get into the cave.
Quick check if there's anything to help with that.
Is it a pleasant social interaction?
It is not a pleasant.
I was already gonna. The good thing is it's pleasant or otherwise, so I'm okay there. I almost. Yeah, no, that's. This all reminds me of the time.
Oh no! There's a turn order.
Pay no attention to the turns behind the curtain.
Effort costs 2 if it's not the first one. That's right.
Correct.
My brain just.
Yep, 3 then 2s. Because the system was like, this makes sense. Awesome. Yeah. So.
Okay. So I rolled a 40.
Yeah. Yep. So again, I feel like this is maybe Lockhart putting a bit of his actual vocal oomph into this. Lockhart's magic seems to be laced through this. Yes. His gifts. And yeah, like you're doing what you can to like seem like you're in control of the situation, at least. I think just people looking desperately for people to tell them what to do feel immediately comforted by people that seem to know confidently what they're doing. So, oh, it's okay, I don't need to worry because they will worry for us, you know, as Lockhart's already like mentally ran away up the cave. But yes, what I will need though from everyone during this process is some initiative rolls, just as a way of organising the chaos.
Initiative. There.
Is initiative intellect?
It's speed.
Hey,
Great
I
effort.
get +1 damage on my wits.
Ow! My razor sharp wit.
Kalli gets a minor effect.
Lockhart gets a major effect.
Ooh, I missed that. Well done, Lockhart. This is scary. This is scary. These are too many big numbers.
So,
Mine isn't.
let me just take a note of what these numbers actually are. Falkwin, you went first. What was your number? 17?
17.
Okay. And sadly, the +1 damage doesn't count for anything, I'm afraid. Myr'ra, you got a 6, yeah?
Yes.
That's fine. I'm just going to take Nori out of the turn order because we know Nori's up front with KT. Okay, and who was next? Sorry, Lockhart, you got 20. Ignysera, you got 19. Unless you have a particular thing you would like as your minor and major effects, I'm happy for you just to go first on that turn order. Even though Naya technically would have been before.
I mean, would a major effect be getting to just move for free before the thing properly starts?
I mean, a major effect, you could probably do some moving as like the equivalent of an action's worth of moving, but it isn't an extra free attack or anything.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would have liked it if we could set that precedent, but oh well.
Sadly not. Also, this sadly doesn't work like the court system. I'm very whimsical that way. If I feel like the context doesn't support the justification, the rule may be interpreted differently. It feels very context specific.
Sure.
Mostly because we're trying to deal with fake fiction here, right? And that's a weird sentence to say out loud. But that is
Real fake money.
yeah. So for the first turn, Lockhart and Ignysera will get to go first, and then yous will be after Noya on the second turn. Okay. Lockhart, you're super duper first though, because you got a major effect.
This was like, can my major effect be that I don't go first?
You can hold your turn.
I mean,
You can just pick when you want to go in that list if you want.
no, okay. Lockhart will go first.
Okay. So currently we've got Lockhart, Ignysera, Noya, Limb Monster, Falkwin, Refugees, and Myr'ra. And then obviously it'll become Noya, Lockhart, Ignysera, Limb Monster, Refugees, Myr'ra. So I'm assuming you're at the mouth of the cave, ushering people in.
Ushering people in.
Mm-hmm.
And how many do you think are in?
Well, your turn started them going in, so
okay.
I mean, I'm happy to say 10 of them are in. Yeah, we'll go with that. So
I-
10 in the cave.
Yeah. Would you say the creature is within long range?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think this is going to be as effective as I thought, but I'm going to give it a go. So I would like to attempt spooky powers.
Okay.
Against the nightmare monster might not be as particularly
Hey,
effective.
talk us through the power, right? So, what does your power do?
So it's a bit of subtle telepathy, which I can learn what it's afraid of and then make it see that thing. And if successful, it runs the other way for 1 minute.
Nice.
And it's within long range.
Yep.
So that's
Yep.
absolutely very generous. It does cost 6, though, so it's very expensive.
I mean, for Lockhart,
Yeah, but I can see this not being a... it might be a level 8, and then against fear, it's a level 10.
I mean, we'll only find out when you make a roll and we see how much you're spending on this in total.
I mean, is this knowledgeable law? No.
It depends what it's afraid of, because it might be afraid of the deal it made. Which technically would be law. However, does it even know it made a deal at this point? Or is it just a lot of hungry mouths and a lot of arms?
Maybe it's friend. Maybe I should have done mind reading, and it's here to help.
It's running down the hill. Don't read the passage!
Yeah.
Too late.
Posey, the destroyer of worlds.
Yeah, here, read this. Yeah, so
It's you versus it, so you need to do an intellect roll. You need to decide obviously how much you're ramping that
Yeah.
roll up, and then we'll see how that goes. I'm excited.
just
Do you get to see what scares it, or is that all just obfuscated? Because it doesn't say, right?
to learn which
So-
images would appear. So
Mhm.
I would say yes, that would imply it does.
Well, I think you do, but I just meant like as a group. It's not like you're making an illusion or something. You're technically, I think it's just going straight into their brain, right? So while you learn it.
Yeah. Is this a social interaction?
No.
I think in this case it's fair. I think if it was with like a person, I would maybe try.
Well,
and
it depends
argue,
on what the context was, right? If you were having tea with someone and you thought, I just need to scare this person, then yeah. If you were still in the negotiating stage with some bandits, yeah. If the bandits already fired arrows at you, no. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's context.
Okay. Is this a deception?
No, because you are trying to scare it with what it is scared of.
It is not actually here.
I mean, so use use a bit of subtle telepathy to learn which images would appear terrifying to the creature that you choose in long range. Those images appear within that area and menace the appropriate creatures. Make an intellect attack roll. No, I don't see it. Unless someone can
Okay,
word
one
that
last
in a
one.
way. Okay, yep, go for it.
Is it a persuasion? Because I'm trying to persuade it to run away.
I would give you intimidate. Do you have intimidate?
No.
I think that's the most appropriate of those options. But I would give you intimidate.
Very well. I think that is just a straight roll then.
Adding any effort.
I will be. Difficulty unknown for the moment.
Let's get Myr'ra close enough to scan
Yeah.
it.
I'm gonna go 4 effort.
Okay.
And
It's going to be expensive for Lockhart.
it is going to be expensive for Lockheart
Mm.
because maybe he won't do much else.
Hey, it's pretty worth it though. It buys you guys a minute. And that is a lot.
It's not looking good.
What's your final number?
It is 17.
Okay.
Leave 12 plus 5 roll.
Okay, and before I say how the roll goes, do you want to do anything to it? Do you have any XP? Remember, you can always re-roll things.
That is a good question.
But it's entirely up to you. It might be enough.
I
You don't
will
know.
do this once.
An XP getting spent. Delicious.
By Lockheart.
I know.
Think that's okay, I will reduce my XP by that.
And you just do the same roll again with no other costs, because it's all just as if that never happened. Not to be confused with if you are able to try a task a second time. That does cost more and the difficulty goes up by 1. But when you're using XP to reroll, it doesn't. But I do like the idea that if you mess up trying to say lockpick a door, you can have another go at it, but it's obviously just that 1 notch higher. But at least you know that going in, which is nice. What's happened, Lockheart? We're just navigating the rules.
Oh, no.
Well. So, before I reveal what happens, are we spending XP to reroll that?
No, we aiming for the fate. There, I've taken the first crit failure. You guys have to do all the successes.
Or you've unlocked the flood. Because we're very due a lot of... Anyway, so... Lockheart. Your eyes go black when you obviously make contact with this creature. There's probably some nice, audio cues that nobody else can hear in the soundtrack for the audience that, maybe it's a lot more bassy than normal for the idea of your, psychic influence assaulting this creature. The problem is that much like a bit of light getting refracted, in some kind of prism, there doesn't seem to be anything to land on when your mind hits this creature. You end up collapsing. So Lockheart, does whatever pose. I don't know if he has some kind of super power-up move with his, charging his head. But Lockheart ends up collapsing. There is black liquid pouring out of Lockhart's eyes as he's lying on the ground, as people are running past him after having just, issued the orders for everybody to get inside. Lockheart, you find yourself standing on what looks like glass. Right? So you're in a kind of, it just looks like a plane of glass. Seems to kind of go on off to the horizons. And then...
Seems to be going very successful there. Lockheart doesn't have the black oozing out of his eyes.
There's, as if you're overhearing a crowd at a party. There's that noise of conversation, but it's the din where you can't quite make out what the voices are actually saying. But you definitely are aware there's other presences here. But as you look down, you kind of see the reflection of yourself looking down. And if you focus, you can see below onto what looks like the continent of Kale. But kind of hard to make out from this high up. And then kind of very quickly you start to see the glass crack. And crack and crack. And as soon as the kind of cacophony of the glass smashing kind of rings in Lockhart's ears, you hear the kind of almost, again, slight Scottish accent coming through that says, "You've found one of my lost souls." As Lockhart starts coughing up black liquid on the ground. So who's next? Ignysera.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to maybe use one of my ciphers. I'm not sure on the wording of it.
That's okay. Yeah, let's
useful.
discuss it.
But it's my flame retardant wall,
Mm-hmm.
which is an immobile cube of 6 planes of solid force, 30 feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you want to try and like block off an area?
For solid force, I mean that nothing can get through it. It's a wall.
Yeah, so it's a bit like now, like your summoning spells from other games where you could make like walls of stone or fire or force or whatever. Obviously, it would be, so this is a level 3, so it would be things up against that as a challenge. So if this creature could overpower that, it would be able to like pierce through. But it would at least give you a gauge of where you are standing with this thing. However, you can, like, sadly, Lockhart kind of robbed you of learning some information of that one. Because again, when you roll and you learn successes and failures, you start to gauge where the thing lives in terms of its abilities. But yes, this would be a good way of at least trying to like cordon off, you know.
Like, I don't know whether I'd be able to put it around the creature. Is the creature too big?
So,
and also, could it's running towards us?
I think the creature might just be like, I mean, 30 feet's big. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
9 meters by 9 meters by 9 meters. The creature probably is about that. If I'm thinking about like, I say roughly 3 carts size. So yeah, I think that's probably just big enough to try and contain the creature.
So like, it'd be hard. A really hard roll to contain the creature. The other option is, how big is the opening the cave, waiting till everyone's through, and then just blocking up with a cube?
So you could easily do that because you just have to put that up against the entrance, right? Like that would be big enough to block this side of the cave. It's not like a massive entrance; it is quite narrow. This thing looks gangly enough that it probably wouldn't be slowed down that much by the fact that this entrance is narrow. Because again, it seems to be mostly comprised of horrible limbs. Yeah. But it probably won't be able to move at the speed it's currently hurtling down that cliff at. Okay. So you probably have at least some kind of advantage until the cave opens up inside. So the cave's not exactly going to be your friend until you get to narrower parts, but there aren't a lot of narrow parts from the route that's been spaced out specifically to let people through. But yeah, you could try that. The problem is that it would take quite a while to get the rest of the people through based on our turn order. Like this,
just waiting for everyone to get through and then doing it, or risking trying to put it.
To give you an example of how fast this thing's moving, on its turn it will be able to do something to you guys.
Okay.
It can move fast.
Trying to contain it now, even though.
Well, it's entirely up to you. What's Ignysera's options looking like? So we obviously know you can chuck fireballs. We know that.
Chuck fireballs at it.
You've got your big sword.
I've got a big sword.
You've got your cipher cube. You've got what else? Anything else in your bag of tricks?
Other fire bits. Just got
so Alexander,
different fire attacks. Plus me melee, and I do have a bow as well. I could. That's from away. I have a force field to like contain and protect someone. Wing. Yeah, that's what I've really. I think I'm gonna try putting it in a cube. It's coming out as fast. It's gonna do something if I don't try and get a lot of these people die. So yeah, right. It's in my cube.
Okay. So you probably want to chuck it at it, right? Realistically, unless you want to get close.
I don't know. Yeah, like it creates an immobile cube. So, but I don't know what the actual cipher is that I have. I have a
thing that does that.
Thing that does.
I mean, it's probably some kind of very intricately carved cube itself, right? It probably sounds like with some symbols, so maybe draconic symbols on each of the faces. So yeah, I would say you probably want to chuck that. So that could easily be a might or a speed roll.
Okay.
Dealer's choice.
You might.
I figured it might be. No pun intended. But yes,
Um,
I put in to reply to Alexander's picture that he put in the last of the Summer Elves chat what I see this thing closer as. Instead of eyes, that's mouths. But obviously on all the joints. Yeah, it's not.
No bonus, difficulty unknown, effort. I will do. Ooh, I don't want to use like every. It goes down really quick.
It does go down quick, doesn't it?
I'll use one effort to on that. Take
Yep.
it, and then I'll use one.
Yep.
That's it. Nothing cost.
Woohoo!
Well, no.
Good enough.
So that is 19 plus 3, so 22. Not bad, not bad. So yeah, like you lob this cipher, this enchanted cube, at this thing as it's hurtling down the kind of a cliff face. For your minor effect, would you like me to suggest something, or do you have an opinion for what your minor effect could be?
I don't know what would count as a minor effect. If it's gonna hopefully contain it. I don't know. What do you think?
So it's up to you. I mean, is that the royal you of the party, or do you want to loop me in?
Yeah.
Because I'm saying, if you want to loop me in, like ask the party first if you wish, but if you want to loop me in, I'll take that as the minor effect. Okay.
So this is an item that you're throwing at the thing, and it's creating the wall there, the cube there.
So ideally, I just want it to contain the.
Yeah. So you're like, could it be that you just hit it bang on and you create the wall surrounding the thing?
Well, that is the initial. That is
in front of it.
That is the initial plan.
Yep. Okay. I was thinking it was just
You
sort of,
want it to,
put it that way and make it an obstacle.
Oh, maybe the cube hits it on the head and it makes it dizzy or something. It goes,
or if you contain it and then the cube could fall, maybe it could then like be hurt by the falling. Because if it's no longer running and
rolling down the hill.
yeah, the cube.
It's immobile.
Like a wheel of peace. Oh, that's fair.
Maybe the cube comes into being at the perfect position so that the wall of force bisects the creature and just cuts it in half, and we're done.
Feels like a major.
Yeah.
That feels like a higher than that's a 5-star general effect. That one, I think.
I do like the idea that it's hit its head, so it needs to use all its hands to go.
Yeah, I want to say like maybe if it gets hit in the head and it makes.
Okay, I got your sensitivity for your mic cut you off a bit there. What was the last part of that? Hits it on the head.
Just hits in the head, so it gets a bit dazed.
Okay, yeah. Can have that. So yeah, you spot on, land this thing, you fire it into the massive limbs that's coming down the thing. Your cipher kicks into effect. There is the immobile cube that appears, the 6 planes of like solid force. What does it look like when it, like the cube appears? Like what does that look like? So you've got the full graphics budget. Go for it.
Oh, I don't know. I suppose it's kind of a force. I suppose it's a force field, really, but cube. And I'd say that's maybe kind of shimmery, and you can kind of see gold, maybe. Kind of draconic-ish looking runes that kind of like move across it, and it's kind of mirage-y. You can see there's a kind of cube kind of esque shape.
Let's see. I thought I had a GIF for this. I currently don't. Yeah, no, these seem to be more appropriate for Falkwin. I was trying to look for one of Mel using her shields. Yeah. So this kind of gold shimmering cube with all these draconic runes kind of floating around the walls appears perfectly over this thing. You can see that this thing smacks into it, and almost effortlessly this thing rips through it, to the point where like even Aluben feels the draconic magic shatter. As this thing, like, it's, you know, the minor effect can easily be that it's knocked it down a turn for this round, but it has not really slowed it down much. This thing has definitely, you can tell I mean, that cipher was level 3, this thing's clearly higher than that, and given the ease in which it did that, it's clearly at least 2 levels, if not higher than that again. So,
okay.
I don't mind giving you like some indication of where things like scope wise. Obviously I have to be quite cagey about what I'm saying, but I don't mind giving you that much. But yeah, I mean, it definitely at least bought you a turn, which is not bad.
It's not nothing.
Yeah, good. But it does also teach you that this thing's higher than level 3.
Probably higher than level 4.
Yeah. And yes, Alexander, it's not a bad one as well. Yeah.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay, cool. So if that's happened, then I'd probably still kind of move up more towards the back. So if people trying to,
yeah, like getting in between the refugees. Yeah.
Between, yeah. And then no.
Not bad. Yeah. Noya, spear in hand. Seems to have been like saying to like herself some kind of prayer. And then kind of like turns to like, especially you, Ignysera is probably the closest to her, and she just says, "Get everyone inside." And like very, you know, and then she runs at the creature.
Ooh.
And is leaping at it with her spear.
Very cool.
Yeah, but she's using most of that to like close the distance to try and slow that thing down. But effectively, she will be at that creature now. So she might be buying people time. Who knows? Falkwin. Where is Falkwin in the grand chain of positioning, right? So you've got everybody trying to get into the cave as a big massive crowd filtering past what's now potentially an unconscious like Lockheart, drilling black liquid. You've got Ignysera, who's obviously through her draconic cube up. This thing's ripped past it. Noya's done some kind of, you know, prayer and has leaped at this thing. Screaming to the gang, "Get everybody in." Where are you?
I'm so physically still located with the rest of the party. Hopefully not in the midst of the throngs.
I was going to say which part of the party, because remember we've got technically Lockheart was at the cave mouth. In the cave is Nori and KT to lead people in. There's about 10 refugees in the cave already. The other 69 having to filter their way in. You've got Noya and Ignysera right at the back to try and body block this thing. Where's Myr'ra? Near them?
Probably closer to the back, yeah.
Yep, so you with
again, trying to
the rear guard then, Falkwin?
Yeah, I guess. Falkwin's not much of a front liner, but he's a very good buffer. So his sort of natural positioning would be within range of the frontliners to try and keep them alive. And also, if the thing was going to be going for the refugees, then he could use some defensive buffs on them.
Cool. Yep.
So with that in mind, options in front of me are buff Noya in some way, which seems like the obvious choice. Or... so the thing's going to move after me, and it's engaged with Noya right now. Yep. So, buffing her somehow seems ideal. I could either give her an asset on her might-based attack rolls for a minute, or I could ease either attack or defense tasks for her for this turn. Yeah, for this turn.
So that would
So probably
affect her on her next goal,
mhm,
right? But then it would fall off. Is that what?
yes.
Okay.
That's
And just keep in mind, she has went.
Yeah. Right. Yes. She's just gone just before me.
Yep.
So then the thing moves.
Then the refugees, then Myr'ra. Yep.
Okay, so if I get the buff up, then I need to wait for her next turn to get value out of it.
Only if it's the offensive one. If it's the defensive one,
yes.
should get value out
Yeah,
of it.
that's what I mean. But so the offensive one, I could get that up, and then that will be there for the whole combat. The defensive one, I could give her this turn because it's probably about to try and smack her in the face.
There's a lot of hands to try.
Yeah. As far as value goes, get the long-lasting offensive one up first, and then defense every turn after that would be best if it's going to be a long encounter. If it's going to be a short encounter that she can just one or two shot it anyway, then probably defense. Noya is pretty strong, isn't she?
She definitely seems to be. She just ran at this thing, or kind of leaped at it. Yeah. And she's got, she's got magic as well. You got that celestial magics.
I will inspire aggression.
Okay. Noise.
So it comes for free because edge, and she now gets asset on her might-based attack rolls, which are not all of her attack rolls. So hopefully she's going to hit it with her stick.
Well, she does have a spear, so
yes.
Let's hope she leads with the spear and not just like random magic. She decides to go, now that I've got this might buff.
Yeah.
Intellect roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can imagine that her first turn was mostly giving herself that buff with the prayer though, and then she leapt in. So you could probably guess she's likely to lead with some melee.
Rip and tear is my usual shout for this one, but I feel like stab the fucker is more appropriate if she's got a spear.
Okay, yep, nice. Aluben chimes in with, however noble this may be, perhaps self-preservation should come first, Falkwin.
It's engaged her. We're fine. We're fine.
There is the massive X being slammed by Aluben for doubt. But yes, you can definitely tell there's the, I'm not on the backseat drive, however, I'm backseat driving. Like, why are we here? Even though, like, the nukes that you launched at the cave, at the start of the cave journey, do you know what I mean? Like, the offensive capabilities that Falkwin has is insane. I was like, nah, let's just,
I mean, that's her 30.
Survival, better part of valor.
Yeah. Like, the 80 refugees don't mean shit to her.
I mean, no.
Yeah.
Like, no. They don't. And I don't think that's something that she's hid at any stage. If it's important to you, it's important to her, but that is the only, it's that dynamic. But that also might just be the slightly older elven dynamic that might be coming out of her. But yes, so it's...
That's why I don't like Modesta Lara.
Well, because she's the oldest elf, right?
No, it's because she's like Aluben concentrated. Like, too much Aluben.
You've not diluted enough of the drink.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you just didn't like Modesta Lara. Like, it was
I just didn't like.
Yeah, just didn't like her. This is very much the Scott Magna dynamic that we've spoken of before, and I love it. Right, so this limb monster's turn happens. Okay, obviously this thing like did seem to like weirdly lose whatever footing, if you can even imagine this thing having footing, as this cube obviously like definitely like gave it something to think about, and then obviously it like ripped through it. It doesn't look like it necessarily even perceived the fact that the cube was deliberate. Its hand seems to have still been undulating and tearing anyway. I am at the air as if it's like anything it can grip onto to like pull this thing forward. It doesn't seem like it has legs. It seems like everything is hands as it's like hurtling forward. And yeah, this thing obviously is presented with, you know, Noya with her, you know, prayer energy and her spear. She's like getting herself ready. You've got that glow from the Inspire Aggression, however that looks, probably some kind of additional golden glow from Falkwin's magic. And yeah, this thing immediately almost consumes. Its body mass seems to envelop her. So it's hard to say what's happening in there. But you've no longer got a visual on Noya. Refugees' turn. They're going to try and move as best as they can. I'm going to give them a roll. Because why the hell not? Way. Let's see. We'll say 30 have got in there. Because you got a good roll for them there. Normally I wouldn't bother rolling, but I figured give some kind of tension mechanic. So that's 30 in the cave so far. It's gone not bad. It is definitely still now 30 people that have ran past Lockheart. Yep. Myr'ra.
I look panicked. Okay. Well, that seems terrifying. So, right.
Welcome back.
Have a thing that I haven't used yet, which feels like could be fun to use now because there's one target. I've got a thing called Fire and Ice, where I can sort of make it's a bit like heat metal, but it's just all of the thing.
Okay.
So I might attempt that because then it stays up and I can just roll on it each turn.
Okay.
I will put the
yes.
and then we can.
So you cause a target within short range to become either very hot or very cold, your choice. The target suffers 3 points of ambient damage, ignores armor, each round for up to 3 rounds. Although a new roll is required each round to continue the effect. The target action to initiate. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Seemed in keeping with being Helborn and some of it being ice and also being weirdly fire resistant. So all of this is terrifying. I am going to attempt to roll on that.
Okay. Are you picking hot or cold? What are you making this creature?
See, I think I would go for cold. Just as a Helborn, knowing that I'm weirdly like more resistant to fire, and cold is what the devils produce. It feels like maybe they would have kept like we're still vulnerable to their power.
Okay.
So I think she's going to try and make it really cold because also cold might slow it down.
Okay. Yeah.
She doesn't know.
Worth a shot.
Okay. So I am going to click. I don't know the difficulty yet, although we assume it's more than 5. I'm going to use 2 effort to roll.
Okay.
I don't have any assets on this.
You need to roll the Falkwin Magic 8 Ball to get an asset out of them.
Yeah. And then I can still add an effort to damage.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. May as well try.
Well, hey, look at that. Okay. Not bad. So what's that roll? 24?
Yeah.
Well, that lands. You'll be happy to hear.
Oh, good. Well, it's at least an 8.
So we're between 3 and 8, right?
It's yeah.
And
more than a 3. Not higher than 8.
Okay. Right. So what is our total there? So you added an effort for damage, which adds 3. It was on 3 already.
Yeah.
Because it does 3 damage initially,
damage.
right? So it's 6, and then you get 2 extra from the special because you rolled an 18.
Oh, amazing!
Remember, a 17, 18, 19, or 20 does add damage if you're doing attacks.
Oh, woo.
Yeah. I think this is just the highest you've rolled in an attack. That's why.
Yeah.
So we're at 8 damage, I believe, then. If that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the total, unless I've miscounted. 8 damage.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay.
It cost me 7. Just fine. I will take that.
And your edge will discount it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what does this look like?
Oh,
Because this is technically using actual like demon powers, right? Again, because you've used shadow, now you're using ice. Literally the shadow and ice demon visuals. It's great.
Yeah, I think it's almost that, like almost like she'll grow very cold, and kind of you can see her breath, and then she kind of almost gathers that and shoots it towards, and it like ice crystals form in various places on this terrifying limb, and like stay there. So that kind of like ice like sinks in, but you can still see there's like crystals around some of its horrible joints.
Yep. Some frostbitten lips. Yep.
Yeah. We'll be like, keep moving. Everybody run fast.
Yep.
And we'll kind of make sure she's in between.
I think you're also noticing a lot of like people registering what's happened from the refugees as well. Like, so a lot of them are realizing you're also like Calderan, right?
Yeah.
So there is that like, I wouldn't call it comfort, but
no, I think
recognition is the closest I think I can go with that one. Yeah, there's definitely that recognition. But yeah, that obviously probably will help them trust you more if they like Calderan. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, cool.
But yeah, you fire out your ice magic. This thing, like as I said, you see the crystallization like around it, and you can see like the repeating element of the crystallization trying to grow as this thing's like moving its limbs and joints, and it's like shattering the ice as it's like trying to reform every time it stops. Because this is all going for, is it 3 turns?
3 turns, yeah. And it makes it sound like once I have to roll for it to work, but then I can but it's not an action once I've done it the first time.
Yeah, so it says
that's how I read it.
The target suffers 3 points of ambient damage, which ignores the armor. Then each round for up to 3 rounds. It does say new rolls required, but it only says action to initiate.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that I can then do something else, and this will also keep causing damage if I roll.
Yes, and that's how that looks like that's worded, because there's not really concentration spells in this game. There's just stuff that also happens to last a while, which is nice. So it does free up to do other stuff, which I like. Nice. Right, so we're back to the top, and now I have to reorder the turn order back to what it should be. So yes. So yeah, now as turn passes. Within this mass of limbs. This thing hasn't moved though. So it's a combination of obviously the ice forming around the thing and whatever Nori is doing within the mass of limbs. But there's no visual. So yeah, and it's obviously being assaulted by like, ice now. Lockhart. Can you give me an intellect roll? This does count as an intellect defense roll if that matters.
Oh.
I mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing for Lockhart?
That's a bad thing for Lockhart.
Right, okay. Well, I couldn't tell if you had defensive mental things or not, or if your mind was just too damn open.
It's too open. But I can use effort and things for that.
Yeah, normal task roll, as per usual.
I mean, is it a unpleasant social interaction?
It's not really a social interaction at all, I'm afraid. No, it would come under mental effect.
Ooh, that's a good question. Do I want to add more than 2 effort then? Slightly regretting the speaking and using efforts at the...
No, like you shouldn't. It was probably what kept people actually moving. So it's better that that has technically left a buff on the 80 people trying to get inside, rather than all of you having to take turns out of combat to usher people in. So that has been useful. You don't have a bunch of people running in all different directions, which would have happened.
So I do actually have an inability there, so that's...
It's just one more difficult. So we'll take 3 off the roll.
Yeah. So it would be essentially a roll of 16 with 2 efforts, then bumping it up 3. Down.
Yeah.
Up 6, down 3. So 16.
Okay, so the final number is 16. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you cough, you splutter, you come to that weird kind of din of conversational noise, and the shattering, piercing ringing of the glass still there dies out to the new humdrum of everything running past you, and obviously the horrible kind of chittering noises of combat outside. I say outside, you're just at the cave entrance, do you know what I mean? So it is, not exactly that far from you. But yeah, you kind of come to, and yeah, like your face is slightly stained with this like black liquid. Whether you notice that or not, it's a different story at this point. But yeah, you look like you've been crying at a goth gig.
I mean, basically in my mind, it's either then...
Oh, we can go back in.
Either try again. It can't go that bad twice in a row, surely. That's how it works. Or to try and do an enthrall on it, just to make it stop. Now, obviously, if... what's her name?
Noya?
Noya has already done her thing, then, we get around that. That helps.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't taken its turn yet, so you could potentially placate it.
It's a lot cheaper. So, Lockheart can either do one more
terrifying
attempt
image
to make it run away, or can do an enthrall.
Are you asking the audience here what they think? That
kind of as a would, because there's also a chance that neither work. So it's Lockhart in combat again. That's it. You go, keep speaking. We'll do the work.
Well, what's the people's thoughts? Do they want another go at terrifying image, or do they want him to try and enthrall it? How's the party feeling?
Terrifying image does seem very cool in that it would at least let us get all the refugees in. But equally, it doesn't, it can turn around after a minute and still come back. So, you pick.
Okay.
But
I love the idea that it runs off with Noya. It's just a funny image as well.
That did cross my mind. If that's a good thing.
It would be nice to have Noya with us for the coming trials and tribulations.
It's not to say she will go, I'm just thinking there's a funny image in my head that comes up as this big pile of hands starts running away and she's like, ah! Entangled. But yes, Noya is a good gal. Let's face it.
I think terrifying image probably is better. Then again, what does enthrall do? What's the text?
It just means it can't take an action as long as it's not attacked. And since Noya's already had her turn, that's probably one of our biggest.
And Myr'ra's turns after the thing anyway. Because Myr'ra's turn could do damage to it automatically.
Yeah. I don't think I'm close enough to do damage to it. With Wither, at least. That's my single target skill. It's
what's the range?
Short range.
No,
short.
It is within short range of the gang.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep in mind that Noya was able to close the distance between her and it. It moved fast down that mountain.
Maybe enthrall them. If we can stop it moving, if we can get Noya free, we can get a free turn on it. Maybe this is fine.
I mean, my question would be, if I was in Lockhart's position, I'd be like, what am I saving the points for? I'm not saying that Terrifying Image is more like useful here. I just think if it was me thinking that if that's my biggest gun I've got, and I can fire it a second time, why not? Unless you think placating it with Enthrall enough times would work better. But I mean, a minute is roughly 10 turns, or 10 rounds, right? Give or take. Abstraction. So.
Okay, I will give that a go. I'm going to try and terrify it again. I'm going to use 4 effort. Yes, 4 effort would cost 9.
Okay.
Wouldn't it? Yeah, this would be 3, 2, 2, 2.
So 6 plus 3, is it not? Because if it's 4 effort, it's 6 plus 3, so that's 9. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. And the thing costs 6, which makes 15 minus 5, which is 10. So yes, I can afford.
The math conversations in this game that just happened, but yeah, that makes sense. Sure. Yep. What was our total?
I mean, so our total is 16.
It's not a 1, so the total is what I care about. Yeah.
Yeah. The total matters when it's not a 1.
My next question is: are we keeping that roll?
I think so. Because
I mean, if Lockheart dies, he can't spend XP, right? That's the way I would look at it.
If he needs to re-roll not die things.
Weirdly, I don't think there is rolls for dying. You just, when you're zeroed, you're zeroed, I believe. It's quite... I mean, I'd need to reread that if the situation arose, but I think it was pretty clear cut that way, as if you're zeroed out in all 3 stats, you're gone. But it is also quite tricky to do, because you've got a lot of telegraphing on the way to that journey, unless something hit you for like 40 damage, which is not a thing that really happens. It's like fighting God.
But yeah, I think I'll just keep that.
Okay.
And start making my way closer to the cave.
I mean, you're at the mouth of the cave anyway, so you can like duck under. If you did enter, though, you would no longer have a visual on the creature. But I don't know if that was a concern you had.
Quite the opposite.
Okay. Right, and you said it was a 16?
Yes, which I think is not going to.
No, unfortunately not. Again, it feels like you're missing the landing for this like move psychically. Like, you know you're staring at the thing, you know you're channeling the psychic energy again, you can feel some weird residual like static in your head from the mess that happened before, and immediately you're launching out an assault and you just know it's not landing. Like, it's almost as if, like, you know, for some reason someone's turned the tap halfway down on a garden hose for your normal ability on, you know, your psychic potential. Like, you're just not channeling what you should be. Yes, and yeah, you can like duck under into the cave, along with the.
I won't cave just yet, but I would like to be standing at least, because I'm not sure that I was before.
No, you can now be standing. Yes. Ignysera.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just gonna go up and smack.
Yeah.
I'll do my Shroud of Flame first.
Yes.
Enabler, so I assume I can do it as well.
What does it say? So that's an enabler, so it can be done alongside something. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll become all like flamey again. See the kind of the fire lick, kind of come off her armor. And yeah, I'm just gonna run up and try and smack the thing. Maybe try and chop off a couple of hands, or I don't know. Roll. 7. Nothing. No, but I'll want to.
We know it's 4 and 8 now, though. If that helps.
Between 4 and 8, so.
4 and 8.
Or sorry, between.
Getting closer.
Was it a 16-year-old? Sorry. So it's 5 and 8. It's between 5 and 8.
Okay.
My brain just started dividing 16 by 4 for some reason.
I'll do 2F.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so what's our total there? We've got +9. So what's that? 17? Okay. Yep, so as like you go in, like obviously you, I guess, run up your flames, obviously, giving you an awesome trail as you speed into this thing. And yeah, as you like swing into this thing, like you don't find like your sword has purchase on anything. It just seems like it almost sails through these limbs. Not that it's not there, just the way this thing's writhing and moving, your sword hasn't done anything. It's maybe nicked it, do you know what I mean? But it's not, you know, the flames may be licking off of it, but then also it's getting frozen at the same time. So, yeah, so it's almost a swing and a miss, but it's just more of a, you know, this thing just seems to be awkward to land a hit on.
It's a tough mama.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Good.
No worries. Still dramatic and visual. We like it. We like it. Okay. This thing now, you know, writhing even more. Like it's got somebody lost inside it. It's got somebody next to it, like glowing of flames, slicing a sword into it. It's got like magic coming at it from other angles as well, with it like kind of like frostbite and effects all over it. Definitely seems to be you know, confused, I guess, to the writhing. And then you hear a very audible crunch. Falkwin, it's your turn.
Should I have used the defense thing last turn?
So in the words of Matt Mercer, you can do whatever you want.
Well, so, okay, Ignysera is in range of me now as well. So as long as Noya can hear me, if I do my defense chant, then it will help her from now on.
Okay.
But in particular, it will help Ignysera.
Good.
So maybe we do just need to survive. Maybe this isn't one that we need to kill it. Maybe this is one that we just need to survive. But then again, it might chase us into the tunnels. At any rate, killing it can happen if we survive. So I am going to...
Falkwin for battle commander here. I love that. Just it's so good. Such good logic.
Yeah. I'm gonna chant defense to anyone who can hear me, which I'm guessing is going to be limited to Noya and Ignysera. They're definitely intended.
Myr'ra's near you, right?
Is Myr'ra nearby? Yes.
And technically, like Lockhart
refugees.
And the refugees outside trying to run in. There's about 49 refugees still trying to get in.
I guess I'm chanting quite loudly.
Yeah.
I can hear myself, right?
Yes, you can. I'll Ben not got a wish for this situation, no?
Maybe I should have wished.
I don't know, I'm just asking because I know that's obviously another thing you've got access to.
She does. Not for the AoE, but I can give +1 armor to myself.
Or the asset, was it the asset to everybody else for defense? Was that the other option that you were going with your chant?
Oh yeah, the chant. What is I'm giving everyone? It's not an asset. It's an ease factor of 1.
Okay, yeah, that's better wording. You want that? So because assets cap at 2 per task.
Yeah.
So yeah, So it's up to you if you think mitigating the dice by 3 for everybody basically near you, or giving yourself +1 armor. I mean, Ben's probably knows what her vote is, but
it's obviously encouragement for me.
Okay, good.
The AoE defense.
Okay, nice, and we know that's free for you. Let's face it.
Yeah.
I think most people are probably going to be willingly accepting this kind of defensive magics. Yep. And yes, the anything else Falkwin's doing, like moving with the crowd, staying put?
I guess he's going to try and like keep that sort of central commander buffer position. Like stay in range of everyone so we can get as much.
So kind of between like
AoE, but also not right in front and like.
Yeah, so you've got like Noya, Myr'ra, and Ignysera at one side. You've got Lockhart at the other side at the cave mouth, and then you've got you in the middle.
Yes,
as the kind of keep going, everybody. Yep. Good. And yeah, the refugees. Let's see how well they do.
Come on, refugees.
Okay.
So they're tripping over their toes a wee bit.
It's a wee bit worse than that. Some of them have started fighting with this one. So some of them have obviously felt like they don't feel right just running away and letting you guys like fight because
no, save yourself.
Yeah, right.
They can save us. That's okay.
I mean, keep in mind if they're all Calderan, they've probably got some fancy tricks. Some of them might.
A whole bunch of crow mirrors.
I can just like vividly feel Ben's approval of this development, which is like, thank fuck.
It's like, oh, they're useful now. I care about them. Now they might help save Falkwin. But yeah, so I think we can safely say that we can say that 50 are in the cave now. So it leaves us with what, 29 outside?
29.
And it's a mixed bag of that being people that are attacking and people that are still trying to get into the cave. But for the most part, it's people with like bows and arrows or like chucking spears that they've like carved out of like dead trees and stuff. That they've obviously been using to hunt. You don't see any particular flashy powers in play out of the people that have tried that. It's not to say they don't have slightly more subtle powers at play, but there's nothing that you can tell that seems to be like additional cool Helborn gifts at play, sadly. But that is them, and then it's Myr'ra.
Okay, so should I roll first to see if I manage to do damage again with fire and ice?
Yeah, why not?
So, let me have a look. Should I just roll it as an intellect because it now doesn't cost me 4? It'll just cost me whatever effort I use.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you how you want to do that. If it's easier for you that way. I know you're trying to aim between a difficulty 5 and a difficulty 8.
8, okay.
Somewhere in that range, I think, is what you've kind of worked out.
Okay.
Because I think you rolled a 24 last time, so.
Yeah, I did. Last time. I'm probably going to do the same. I'm going to use 2 effort to roll. Where did it go? Oh no, I rolled.
So what's our total there?
No, but no.
12? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, it's moving. The ice is melting. Yeah.
So is my reading of that meaning that's dropped off now? Or, because I think it said up to. Like
Yeah.
So I don't think you maintain it now, I think is the way I read that.
Yeah. That's fine.
Obviously, if you think it's a different interpretation, let me know. But from what I read, it said up to 3 rounds and roll to maintain.
New roll is required each round to continue to affect. Yeah. That would make sense to me. But if you don't manage to affect the target, it...
Yeah. Otherwise, it would just say it lasted 3 rounds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, I shall try to onslaught it with my actual action.
Okay.
Okay. Because that only actually cost me 1. That's quite exciting.
I love that Onslaught's so cheap. Like, it's quite a low damage spell, but it's just so good.
Yeah. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to do 2 effort to roll. Now I'm going to try and add effort to damage.
Okay.
Things move around my screen so much as I click them. I'm like, I don't know where they are.
Okay, so
what
have we got there? We got, is that 21?
Yes. That was a difficulty 7.
Okay. And was this our physical or psychic?
Physical.
Physical. Cool. So it's your shadow birds again.
Shadow crows.
Yeah. Nice. So you like volley them into it. Very cool. Yeah, that hits.
Okay. Well, we're narrowing it down.
I got 5 and 7.
Yep.
Yep. And what was our damage there? So
7.
Excellent.
Oh, not terrible.
Not at all, no. Okay. I mean, this thing looks not great, but it also hasn't looked like anything's slowing it down, so it either doesn't notice the damage it's taking, but the damage it's taking is decent. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Or it's just limbs. How would it know if it was hurt? Maybe it just wanted to be a friend. Maybe we should have.
It's actually called Hug.
Can I also add, is the crunch sound like the spear breaking? Or did it sound like bones?
No, there was a lot. There was definitely a metal to the crunch.
Okay.
There also was perhaps
the armor,
Yeah, probably also a bit of bone in there as well.
Okay. Myr'ra feels upset. But we'll keep herself between the refugees and this horrific limb creature.
I mean, did we ever find out how poisonous the bee poison was?
No.
It killed 3 people.
We didn't test.
It killed 3 people over 3 weeks.
True.
But the bee still might be immortal.
Yes.
Oh, true. Does it take an action to read the spell? Could I be a bee in an action?
Where is the bee? Is it just kind of flown off when we left the cave?
No, the bee is somewhere in this mess. I don't know who has custody of the bee currently.
I don't think Falkwin
We've run out
cares.
of options there.
Yeah. I don't think Falkwin would mind that much if we lost the bee. It's just like, it's free. It's out of the cave. It can go off and pollinate. Live a happy life.
As a bee. Yep. A potentially immortal bee.
Someone will eventually notice this immortal bee and start worshipping it.
It'll be the new religion of the future. Yep. I'll make a futuristic cyberpunk campaign about a bee.
Incredible.
I'm sorry to derail, but when we were switching between who was being the bee, was Posey giving us the book, or were they keeping the book with them?
I mean, they kept the book, but it's in their pack that they have, right? And somebody has to be moving that when she's the bee. Yeah,
that's fine.
And that's probably on the donkey.
So it's not like does all your stuff become part of the bee?
No. Like her clothing and stuff she was wearing, or anything she was physically carrying, yes. But it would
like my writing desk.
But it would be very worrying though if she took the book with her.
That was what I was wanting to be sure.
Don't worry, it's a good question to ask. It never came up before now. It's something I obviously have considered. The book is always in her pack. Her pack's always there. And she bees. Yes.
It's the classic rule, right? Just enough of her equipment transforms with her to maintain the PG rating.
Correct. Yes. Yep. The BBFC ain't got nothing on us. We're a 12A at worst.
I've burned her F-bombs and then some. Then sorry for that.
It's all right. So, anything else, Myr'ra? Is that?
That is me.
Not bad. Not bad. Yep. Noya's go happens. Lockhart.
So, assuming she were in there and trying to like get out and struggle, you know, she has buffs to that.
She does, yeah. Like if she can hear you, she has that buff. Yep.
It's trying to break out, an attack task or a defense task.
How do you mean? Do you mean like her trying to get out of its engagement range and stuff? I mean, it all depends on how focused on her that is, right? As well, like, is it grappling her? Is it not? We don't really know how they've been interacting because there's no visuals. There's just this writhing ball of limbs that you're dealing with one half of, and she got consumed by. And if it wasn't for her kind of stalling this thing, like Ignysera might be getting pulled in next. So,
is it feasible for it to be both?
I mean, it could be. Yeah. There's just there's no visuals on how Noya's doing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think the only person that maybe has a chance at working out what's happening with Noya is Myr'ra, with her literal check status button. So there is that.
I don't know if she wants to know currently.
Yeah, that sounds more like Hannah. Lockhart, what's happened?
I had one intellect left, and Enthrall only actually costs one, so give it a go.
I mean, you've still got your edge, though, right?
Yes, but I used that on the effort.
No, but edge is a discount that always applies. So regardless of what task you've got, your budget is 6 currently before falling unconscious.
If it goes to 0,
your intellect.
I thought everything had to go to 0.
No, that's if you die. Everything 0 is die, and then 0 brain, unconscious body. 0 speed, no movement. 0 might, just debilitated. Yeah.
I mean, unconscious is someone else's problem.
Sorry, we'll build that follower as a real character and you can just play them next, it's fine.
Could use your action recovery roll.
That was also in my mind. Right. Would you mind if I either didn't do that roll or just changed one of the efforts to not being there so that it doesn't make me 0 on...
You don't need to spend effort. You don't need to spend effort, you don't need to, your choices here, right? So, Enthrall costs 1. Your edge is what? 5.
5.
Right? So, as long as you don't spend 6 intellect points on a roll, you can spend up to 5 without falling unconscious, depending on the repercussions of a roll.
Okay. Well, I did do a roll, so if we just say it was 1 effort instead of the 2 that I rolled.
Yeah, so it's a 9 that you rolled.
Yes.
Yep, that's fine.
It doesn't fail either way.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's just so as we know what's happening. That's fine. Yep. I'd rather people made informed bad decisions than uninformed bad decisions.
I mean, the edge doesn't, go into negative. Like, I technically spent -1 there. That give me a...
You can't start earning back. I would try that bullshit with math, but no. I have to admit, I think that's a stretch for me. Yep. But yes, unfortunately, no, you're in thrall. There's too much going on with this creature as well, as you can see. Like, its attention, if it has any, seems otherwise occupied. Ignysera.
Okay.
You can see a lot of kind of hands now, almost like whiskers, trying to work out what you are.
Can I see any trace of noise?
No.
Okay.
Like, there's a good chance that if you imagine this thing as a sphere and she's went in, this thing's almost like rolled on top of her. So she's in the mass. You're at this, like, the front of it.
Okay.
So I mean, you could try and hack your way in, but
yeah, it's gonna be really difficult.
And you probably heard the crunch the loudest.
Okay. I haven't seen if we haven't has any fire because Myr'ra's you chose ice, right? I want to maybe see fire. Hurts it. So I'll just try my. I suppose it's within immediate area, so.
Yes, it very much is in your immediate area.
Dragon.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll try my dragon breath. You just
nice.
kind of like see it kind of build up within her, and like maybe her throat is like. Yeah, just a big old dragon.
Nice.
Nothing. And it's a nice to roll. 2. 2. Yeah.
I had 2 choices of GIF, and I was like, "Oh, that's a tough call," but I'm gonna go with eye roll. Yeah.
Okay, so probably.
What did we get there? So that is 6 plus 6, so 12. Yeah, and what was the wording on Dragon Breath? Is there any more wording to that? That's so it's 3 might points, immediate area, 1 type of energy, ignores armor, all creature objects in the area. Because it's an area attack, adding effort increases to damage works differently. You apply effort, blah blah blah. And even if you fail,
it still technically takes a point of damage.
That's the part my brain was like, I think there's something in there still.
Yeah, you have to apply effort, and if you do.
Yep. Okay, cool. But we didn't apply effort to increase the damage, though, did we?
Oh shit!
We only did it to the attack roll. I mean, were we going to?
I would if I read that properly. Then I would have done.
Spend the points it would have cost, and then if you spend the points that it would have cost, we can do that. So,
yeah.
What's your might edge?
2.
2. So this cost, according to this, 6. It technically would have cost 8, I guess.
Okay.
So it would have cost now 6 again because of the discount.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Just what?
Cool.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So effectively, you should have lost 2 more of your points from the pool. That was really it for the math of that. But yeah, it does, like, I mean, obviously it seems to like singe away some of it. Again, it seems to be that, like, it seems to be almost like as if it's trying to like roll around you, right? It's like a kind of like almost as if it's trying to position itself in a way that it can maybe try and envelop you more. But yep, not bad, not bad. Again, for the thematic of it, it could just be that because some of it's frozen and it's like breaking it off, the fire isn't landing as much as it should. It also could just be if this thing was at one point somebody that made a deal from the Helborn lineage, it could easily just be that Helborn seem to be slightly resistant to fire as well. Something you're probably quite well versed in, I believe, yourself. And yeah. This thing! Yay! I need you to make a speed or a might defense roll, your choice. This thing's coming grabbing for you, Ignysera.
Okay. Apologies, miss. This isn't going to go well.
It gets eased by 1, so.
Do I have to put anything?
For that math to work, we can either add 3 to your roll, or you can just add an asset in, but either way, we're still going to be adding 3 to the roll regardless.
Okay, I'll just add it.
just for the sake of dice adding up.
Oh. Yeah.
So what are we going with? Are we going with a might roll, a speed roll?
A speed.
And you take... We've worked out the penalties for that, haven't we? Like your speed armor penalties. You don't take any, do you?
I don't take any.
Yep. Which is awesome. Means you can spend effort without fear of it costing an absolute fortune.
Yeah, still, yeah. Just do one.
Okay.
I probably shouldn't. I should be doing more, but it's fine. No, shit, I should have done more.
Okay, so that is 10.
Can I use the next?
You can use an XP to reroll it if you want, yeah.
Yeah, I'm scared. And so it's a reroll, so I just do the same.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously the initial costs still apply, but they don't get doubled when you're rerolling. Like it's just, the next one, that's just like a do-over. Okay, so it's at an 18?
Yes.
Yeah, so as these things start coming grabbing for you, whatever might-based way speed-based way, like you managed to like duck and dive and weave out the way of it.
Dive.
So yeah, this thing can't quite get a hold of you for long enough that, you're able to weave out the way. Very, very nice.
Okay.
And
so
because
wins.
because it tried to touch me, it also gets 2 points. From
2 points of fire damage.
Proud.
So as you're moving way more agile than someone in the level of armor you currently are in, kind of impressive looking. This thing like keeps trying to grab at you. You hear the singeing of it, like trying to like tear its hands through the flames of you. And then as there's the horrible kind of chittering from all the mouths and all the joints of this horrible thing, it collapses.
Oh.
Yeah. And we go to a 10-minute break there. So we'll BRB. As I said, make it as tight a 10 as you can. And we'll come back after that. BRB. We are muted. Okay, we should be back. Good, hello again. And if you could talk for...
Hello.
Hopefully...
Bippity-boppity boop.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All good.
Excellent, thank you. So, welcome back to part 2 of part 8 of Arc 4 of the Cascade game that is the... Yep, last of the Summer Elves. It's the 7th of December 2024. I'm Viktor the GM, and here are the players.
Hey, I'm Sean. I continue to play Falkwin, who's the mystical speaker who keeps a magic ally.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker and exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hello, I'm Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
And alas, no Nori this evening. Get well soon, Chris. But yes, so I believe some non-copyright victory music plays, and then yeah, I mean, for the sake of some kind of order, I guess, Falkwin, I believe it's your turn.
Huzzah. I'll...
This thing does notably slump and stop moving,
Yeah.
and it's the most obvious thing to tell that it seems to have no life left in it, given how writhing it once was.
So it just appears to have just died.
It just looks like it has kind of collapsed. Yes.
Uh-huh.
It looks like whatever it was trying to like grab purchase on Ignysera, it's obviously burnt itself to death doing that.
Is Falkwin the type to approach the corpse of a dangerous creature that he only thinks is dead?
Let's review Falkwin's actions in the arcs so far. Psychically talking to a devil sword. Neat.
Yeah, right. That was a special interest, though.
Yes,
This
and
is just
it was a unique
this is just-
situation. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just Noya. Like, Does he like Noya? I don't know.
I don't know. Does Falkwin like Noya? Yeah.
At the very least, could Alu Ben use some of its fingernails?
I mean, Alabin's probably very curious about this thing. Yeah. You can assume that if it involves alchemy, she's probably up for at least curiosity.
Yeah, okay. Falkwin approaches the corpse.
Okay.
Cautiously.
Okay. And then what's the plan? It dives in.
I don't know, like, poke it with a stick. Do I have a stick handy?
What weapons do you have? Do you carry any?
I technically have a dagger, but I haven't even listed it as like an attack that I can use because it's never come up yet.
I mean, that's okay. You could still have a dagger. Like, yeah, you could use that as a gesturing thing. There's probably dead enough trees around that you could probably like get a, or one of the spears that have been chucked at it from the people as well, right? I think I described that, so there's probably something you could use. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Ideally, a spear or a stick, something long, just kind of.
I mean, the spears they were using were sharp sticks, so yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just kind of approach it and prod at it. Check for a response.
So you're like prodding one of the kind of like the limbs that's nearest you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like you like stab into it. It seems like it's pierces through the skin.
Okay. Okay. So I think Falkwin at this point can probably feel Aluben's curiosity. Like, okay, well, it's probably dead. So, like, what is this? Can we harvest some materials from it?
So by no means does Aluben sitting here like salivating over this thing. What I meant by her curiosity would be if you presented her with things, her curiosity would take over. She would be currently saying, "Get the fuck away from this thing." Would be her current. She doesn't know this thing's dead. So
sure.
So if you're looking for like direction from her, the impulse would be preservation still. Yeah.
This is being... It's put in tension with sort of thinking about the overall goal. I don't know if Falkwin particularly likes Noya, but she's been adventuring with us for a while, so she's at the very least a teammate at the moment, and she's probably going to be very useful for the remainder of the mission. So it's in everyone's interest to make sure she's okay. So I guess Falkwin's going to be very scared while he does it, but try and sort of gingerly move some of the arms around and see if he can find her remains.
Okay, yeah. Do you want to give me a might roll?
Oh god, I guess it's quite heavy.
Yeah. The thing is the size of 3 carts. It's about, the 9 meter cubed rough size that we tried to encapsulate it in. Well, hey!
Oh, hello. He picks it up and puts it over his head, shakes it around, and out falls Noya.
No, but what happens in reality is that, Falkwin's obviously, had his spinach this morning, and, you're working through, moving the thing's limbs and, using the spear to, prop up limbs as you're, lifting others, etc., cantilever style. And, yeah, as you're searching around, you can't see any sign of Noya, which means she must be under it.
What is, can I get any inkling of what its anatomy is like? Does it have a body in the middle of all the arms?
You can't tell because it looks like it's arms wrapped in arms wrapped in arms that have, unspooled. So you could try and peel away more of the arms if you wanted.
Yeah, I guess I'll just sort of
So what everybody else sees is Falkwin running into this thing with a spear, lifting it up, searching around the thing, and then starting to unweave it. Okay. Yep. Yep. The refugees are obviously still moving inside.
Good.
Yep. The ones that have helped to attack are kind of looking pensive. Do we stay? He's went up. Do we go up? So they're doing that tentative edging forward towards the creature. Myr'ra.
I will also head in to try and help Falkwin find Noya.
Okay. How would you like to do that?
I will now check status. So see if I can try and tell where she is in this. And if he's going to be able to help us find her by not being dead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll check status. I'll also check on Katie in the cave at the same time.
Yeah.
And I'll see how Posey's doing, wherever she is as a team.
Okay.
And I'll... that's probably the people I will check on right now.
Okay. Yes, so our check status goes out. Yeah, so Katie seems almost every time you've ever interacted with Katie, I suppose, very much things are going as well as can be expected type vibe. There's probably that tiny element of adrenaline or anxiety to the situation, obviously. Someone not at their best having to deal with a situation that could require them at their best. Yep. Posey's a B.
Great.
They seem fine.
Good. Immortal B.
Yep. Who else was on your list besides Noya?
I'll check on the Elven. I'll check on Kimberly and.
So we had
and
so Marabella, Camberley, and yes, we have this slightly off-brand Kimberly. Yep. The three of them seems fine. Dakima seems flustered and tired, but besides that, yep. Marabella seems excited things are happening, which is an odd response, but yeah.
Camberly
Camberley is definitely a lot more worried than Arabella. Yep. And yeah, there's no reading on Noya.
Oh no. Okay. Well, that's not good.
He may just be unconscious.
Well, it normally tells me if someone's unconscious.
Oh.
Yeah. I tell Falkwin unspool.
Okay.
Horrific limb creature. But kind of with the expectation that it's not going to be good.
Yeah, so you two are obviously tearing open this thing's like weird interlocked arms. Lockhart?
Might sort of gesture to the others to continue into the cave. Like, just go. We'll continue. We will be right behind you.
So you're saying this to the refugees themselves?
Yes.
Okay.
The refugees, the ones that were like being a bit tentative that hadn't gone in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
like the black liquid from Lockhart's eyes and mouth, and you're like, "It's all right, and you just go, got this, totally fine. You didn't see me collapse. It's fine."
and we'll go over and attempt to help. I think it's the best use of time.
Like wade into the limbs and try and help peel back the arms. Okay, yeah. Where do you want to put the role? Do you want to put the role at telling people to get in, or do you want it like on the organizational side of it, or do you want to put it in the might side of it of helping unpack this thing? Because you've got a role you could use on your turn, so you may as well.
Okay. Probably to
Or to use your
recovery.
recovery. You could also just use your recovery roll.
I did consider that. I think I'll not for now.
What I love is the level of calm that your risks involve is so unnerving. You're like, I'm fine. I'm 1 point from like being KO'd by like a difficult argument. It's fine.
I think it would be sort of trying to reassure them as they go in, being like, "You're good." So on you go.
Yeah, enhance your calm type roll. Okay, yeah. Do you wanna give me a roll for that? Animal handling, maybe? No. We have used that in a. I think I want to say, was it Scott that used it as a way to calm a crowd down because they were all like, they'd been kept in like orc cages, and he was like, "Can I use animal handling to calm a crowd?" I'm like, "Why not?" Okay, what's our total there?
The total is actually 14, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for the most part, like, it's probably quite difficult to get through to some of them. Quite difficult to get through to some of them just because they're more curious about this creature than anything else, because keep in mind, these are Calderan you're dealing with here. Like, this isn't unusual to them. But yes, I think the fact that you guys have just like leapt into action and stuff has probably bolstered some of them. Hence why they might have been the ones near the back anyway. So, yeah. And it seems like Dig has stuck near the back as well. So they're still like at the other side of the cave mouth from where you would have been to help like be ushering people in. And they've even came closer to like leave it to the professionals. Like, you know, you saw how quick they took it down. Get your asses in the cave. You know, basically giving you some support with that. But again, these are obviously slightly stubborn-minded people that are a bit too curious. And you can obviously like head in as you've like, you know, everything's fine, and you just go head in to help with the limb monster. Yes. And Ignysera? A small crowd now. Many hands, as Hannah said.
Yeah. So whether I want to like get in there and help, or just like start chopping it up a bit. I don't know. Chopping it through it faster.
I assume you're still in fire as well.
I am still just.
Yeah.
But anyone who tries to touch me, it's me.
I don't think many people would, if they were smart, try and touch the big fiery lady. Like I think, yeah.
So, as long as you don't try and touch me,
I wonder if that means they can cook on you.
Yeah.
Just as a random aside.
Like, start like reaching in and like goes all like crispy and stuff.
Yeah.
Pushing things. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll make them all crispy.
Yeah. Just do that thing where it's like the ball pit where you just like fall into. But yeah, so do you want to start chopping it up? Do you want to start helping them like unpick? Like, what's the plan? Or just also back away. Like, there's many options.
I'm gonna chop it up.
Okay.
I'm gonna some chopping.
Okay. With any particular goal in mind, or just effectively mutilate? Is that the main?
To maybe try and like, because at the moment it's like a pile. There's any kind of like not a tunnel through it, but like an opening. Like, if there's like a bit of a more like there's some ones that are less weaved together, start going for those ones, so it'll open up like a bigger section or something.
Cool. Do you want to give me a might roll for that?
Yeah.
Not bad. So yeah, you start like hacking your way into this thing. The fire still seeming to like burning away a lot of the flesh as well. You can all tell now that these are all close and like unpacking this thing, like, you know, its texture is that of like very weathered skin. Like, it's not hide, it's not fur, it's clearly, yeah. And there just seems to be this like almost impossible elastic band ball level of like woven limbs as you're like unpicking, and it's like harder and harder to like prise them apart. But yeah, as you all eventually like spend a fair bit of time doing this, like, you know, I'm talking like maybe 15 plus minutes of actually trying to like tear through this with your combined efforts, there is the body of Noya underneath it all. It is not moving. It looks like the armor has like been impacted a lot as well. By this point as well, a lot of the people that were hanging back have been helping, obviously, you guys, like open up the limbs and whatnot, and like pinning their spears through parts of it to like try and like make sure if it ever came back up, it would be like, you know, broken in many places. Can you hear like one or two of them saying a prayer as well at the fact that they've seen like an amber lance like down as well.
Okay. Shit. Options. I have a healing kit. Don't think that's going to do much good. We have that thing from Queen Margot. We can teleport one person to the royal quarter. Maybe they've got people who can bring people back from the dead. I don't know. But we could attempt to send her to Queen Margot. Message Queen Margot first.
If we can't message them, like, there's a dead body.
We're sending you a dead body.
You just got like Margot walking through the halls of the royal court, being like, "Is this anyone's body? Like, someone left their body. Is my life in danger? Should I worry? Have you just? I was gonna say, have I been framed now? Are we responsible for killing an amber lance?"
I take it. I mean, is there any doubt that they're dead?
You could do any form of roll if you wanted to ascertain something, other than looking at this body with the caved in, like, you know, midriff of the armor.
Oh.
Or you could go wrangle those mass amounts of people that are running through a cave.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah,
Probably.
anyone like really good at healing.
They're also very loud. Yep. Mm-hmm.
KT can heal people. She probably wouldn't have asked her along if he could do that.
I mean, he wasn't originally meant to come.
Yeah. True.
She was there for Ethane.
Would scan give anything particularly useful, or would we just do it?
I think it would tell us she was dead. I could try a medicine. I could do something with my healing kit to attempt to see if I just pop a bit of her armor back out. Could I take armor off and do CPR?
It's up to you. What do you think? What would be Myr'ra's go-to? Like, would you?
I think she'd try and use a heal. Like, I think if she had something that would potentially heal, she'd attempt to use it.
Yeah. You can give me like your medicine roll to see if you can assess what's going on then.
Yeah, I think that's just a straight intellect.
Yeah.
And Lockheart help.
Do you have any inabilities in medicine?
Nope.
Then yes, you can help.
Okay, and using a healing kit is also an asset. So does that give me 2 assets?
Yep.
Difficulty is unknown. I'm going to use all 3 of my effort to roll. I have 2 assets.
So we're adding 15 to this roll.
Okay.
So, from what you can tell as your assessment, Noya has no pulse.
Okay. I start CPR.
The eyes are non-responsive.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, the body isn't particularly cold.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it was a fatal blow to like the stomach, like where the arm is caved in, but it doesn't look like it'd be comfortable. Okay.
Okay.
It looks like it would be very detrimental to someone's health long term, but it doesn't look like that would necessarily have killed someone. But Noya seems very dead.
I try to cast Prepare Flesh.
I'm not going to make you roll to aim that, because that'd be really awkward if you'd missed the target. But yes, so Repair Flesh, what do you need to do for that? So you need to touch an impaired or debilitated character, move them up in the damage track, or you can give them the bonuses to their recovery roll.
So, first effect.
So you obviously go to like channel the magic and it just resonates between your hands. It doesn't depart. There's nothing for it to go into.
I think she's dead.
Okay. What? We are in a world where I assume resurrection is just not.
I mean, it's
not massively a thing.
Well, use of witness resurrection.
Yeah.
What did that take?
Oh yeah, it took a whole thing, and that's a problem. Yeah. Possibly links to the name of this arc.
Yes.
Oh, I think Myr'ra's just quite sad now.
Mm-hmm.
We could ask KT. Maybe he can, I don't know, turn her? I don't know how vampires
Falkwin, you can hear Aluben who's muttering a prayer. Like, a very simple, like very simple similar to, I guess, the meaning in the ones that the refugees gave as well, which is basically just, may your soul be unimpeded going to the cycle type vibe. It's very much a, let's hope it's a good journey for the soul without any interruptions to go back to the cycle. But you can feel the sentiment of that. But also the finality of Elibin's opinion about that situation as well. Of, if she had something, she'd probably have offered it as well. Right? Because she's of the opinion that, again, much like Falkwin, it's a numbers game. She was a good number to have. So,
I think Lockhart's going to stand up and sort of somewhat attempt to reassure Myr'ra, but there's nothing for anyone to do now.
You turn to Lockhart, Myr'ra, and you see the goth makeup that he's currently sporting.
I think I put my healing kit back. You okay?
Yes, I will be fine. It's.
Yeah, Myr'ra will nod and like, yes. I understand your brain hurting you sometimes.
Oh, it's the two psychics of the group. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I think might be worth just other than these two, is there any other like debris? I'm just thinking how long the
tents and stuff.
I was gonna say there's the campsite. Yeah.
I think we need to not leave a campsite at the entrance to a secret tunnel. And also a big Falgain and an ambulance.
It might be worth just sending a message to Katie and Nori, just getting the group to calm, slow down, stop if they want. Try and stop them from being spread out throughout the journey.
And they couldn't have got massively far in. Because even if people ran for 2 rounds, they wouldn't be that far away, right? Realistically.
Do we remember, is there like a sort of like a room that could hold everybody within the first few bits of this side of the cave that we could like tell Nori and KT to like try and get everyone to stop in?
Not for 80 people.
Okay. Sit down like it's a corridor on a ship. Just on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely parts of the cave system that's just like forward and back, right? So if you had people at either side, you could at least mount some kind of defense against the massive amount of people in the middle. But there's a lot of like cracks and nooks and stuff that lead off into like unexplored parts, and even the guide that Margot gave just pretty much says, go here, do this, ignore this, blah blah blah. Very much when you see a rock that looks like this type instructions. But there were, I think the way I described it last time was, it's almost like not every day there's a rest point, it's almost every day and a half to every 2 days there's a rest point, so they've been force marched to make as much time as possible. Even if they just have to spend longer at those rest points to get everybody back up and running, that's how they do it. Like, move everybody to a safe point, doesn't matter if everyone's exhausted when they get there, we'll deal with that. But they've never had this many refugees at once.
So maybe they should just keep going, even if it means that they at least
and
they
then
know.
Just try and catch up.
Yeah, but they also, so we can tell them we've dealt with it. There's not something chasing them in.
Yeah, you don't need to keep running. Yeah,
and so they can calm.
I mean, I also like the images of Katie and Nori riding ahead nobly on their steeds that they've divvied up between them, the donkey and the horse.
Totally.
Yep.
Okay, I can message probably Nori. I'd probably message Nori over Katie.
Fair.
Katie and brain things make my head hurt.
Fair.
I will use my ring.
Okay.
And say, Nori, it's dead. So is Noya. But you can tell everyone to stop running, and we'll try and regroup.
Okay.
KT, no.
Yeah,
I think would probably message KT. So both.
Yeah. I don't think we necessarily. I think we both just like. I'll just ring my friend. It's a D10. Okay.
Yep. Nicely done, Lockheart.
That's fine.
Oh, nicely done. Yeesh.
Oh, just.
How do we call collect on these things? But yeah, as they two use their rings to like send these messages off, are you saying anything different to Katie, or just the same?
Sentimentally the same. Verbally slightly different.
Yeah, that's fine. So that's okay. It was just in case I had to get you to word it exactly. That was all. But yes, Falkwin Ben. Speaks to you as like you're waiting for the group to decide what they're actually doing at this side of the convoy, and she says, "Perhaps it would be worth seeing if we can study those rings."
study how. Non-destructively, I hope.
Well, if I could learn how to craft them, it wouldn't matter if they were destroyed in the process. They could be replaced.
Fair point.
Unless sentimentality factors in, which I cannot replace.
Well, that will depend on our teammates. I can bring it up to them.
Also, some writing materials would be useful.
Okay.
You can tell that she's maybe getting to the point where she has a million projects in her head now, and she's like, actually, I have to start writing stuff down.
Yeah.
Yep. So, but yes, so that's what, like, the alchemical stuff from the horse bugs. You've got the bow for Nori, that project. Now these rings, setting up her workshop, and was there other things on that list? Like, there's the working on a magical book for you to actually note down your progress as a wizard. And yeah, there's a good few projects on our list now. Yeah, so yep, she's adding to the shopping list.
I think workshop is the.
Well, that's going to make everything else easier, right? That'll make everything else easier. But obviously, you've got that. Clearly, the ability to communicate when you need to is very useful. So she's like, well, if I can find a way to replicate how that was done, that's going to make it easier, because it means you and Ignysera could get rings.
Yeah.
Without me having to rerun the second arc.
Yeah. Someday, we will return to civilization, and I'll be able to make progress on those goals.
Or at least what goes for civilization these days. And there's like a fluttery laugh. But yes, no, not so much judgment, more whimsy in that with her. But yes, so you get back from the two of them that, you know, they're not going to stop moving, and they're going to keep people going as much as they can, but they obviously wouldn't necessarily feel the need to push people. Katie just says, oh, that'll be an expensive bill in regards to Noya. And I mean, I won't put words in Nori's mouth, but Nori will say something, you know, possibly sentimental. Also, Kalli, so you can't hear us. Okay, how odd.
Oh no.
1 second.
Let's pretend that we were all just really witty for a minute and we'll all laugh.
Okay. Let's see if we can get her to disconnect and reconnect. Let's see how that goes.
Probably should, no. It's like, if we do stop talking, that's not going to help her.
Yeah, we'll all just sit in silence.
It is the thing to do when people talk about audio problems, so your brain goes into focus mode and you don't speak. Even when I say, right, when you do the audio test, and everyone goes quiet, like they were waiting for the audio test to happen. But no, I need the talking's the test. But yes,
it's like turning off the radio. You need to concentrate.
Yep. Hopefully we've got some audio back. Any joy, Kalli?
Hey.
Hey. Okay. So the only thing.
No idea what happened.
The only thing I think you missed was the replies that they got, which was Katie saying it was going to be an expensive bill in regards to Noya, and Nori saying whatever Chris wants to insert that he would have said about Noya, if anything. But yes.
But sending these messages does probably like spark Lockheart a bit, being like, should we be, you know, we should probably let Boris know. You know, we've got 80 people.
Yeah.
I mean, we might be counting our chickens a bit before they hatch, but you know, just saying, by the way, did you guys know we were expecting 80 this time, or we got 80? Just so that they know. I don't know who we know it's actually in Boris, because Katie's here. But I assume there's someone.
I feel like we met like somebody. I don't remember. I'm sure there was a statement.
Revan was primarily your contact for Voros, and Revan's somewhere in the world with them.
We're not allowed to talk.
No, because
Now, if you cast your eye all the way back, we did say that Lockhart had just been to Voros, and that's how he knew Riven and Hadera. So would that be narrative excuse?
Yeah, I mean, like, there is a very nice mechanic that's spending a point of XP to generate an NPC that you happen to know to fill a purpose, which is very nice for these exact moments, if people wish. They're called player intrusions that you can summon, which is very nice. However, you also do just have the Count of Voros with you. So does it matter you have 80 people? Does he care?
Was kind of just in case they you know, we were expecting 78. There's one more. There's a half person. You know.
I mean, the problem being that you don't know how many to expect at any time, right? That's the general impression you've got. It's not like people sign up for the, you know, Exodus train.
The Refugee Express.
Because obviously the less paperwork the better. The word is spread throughout Caldera that this is an option for those that know. And obviously how well spread that is very haphazard given that anybody in official capacity, because how long do you think it would take the devils to sort this out if they found out about it? Do you know what I mean? Like, we've all assumed they've got a level of competence, so that clearly means that they don't know. But like you said, if you leave a camp,
yeah, we need to disassemble this camp
and have your thought.
Well,
yep.
And a Falgain's obviously like all of them. And is founded.
But the Falgain, I was going to say, yeah, they've been here for 9 days, which is maybe why Falgain have found them. Right, they've set up camp. But the Falgain don't necessarily report back or anything. They're not, like, they're more mindless creatures. Like, some are, like, able to be herded as, like, battle animals, for lack of a better term. But, as you've seen, this thing kind of acts weirdly more of instinct than anything else. So yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one to really work out. But the fact that these people were alive and haven't just been nuked by the devils is probably a good sign so far. But you don't want to leave a trace of stuff here, and you probably want to do something with both bodies.
Yeah.
Well, we're obviously taking her back with us, aren't we?
I think probably Lockhart will look around.
I can teleport to Queen Marga.
Otherwise, I'll carry her.
I think you would be the only one who could.
Once we got back to Tofu, Tofu can carry her. He's the donkey.
And also her horse is there.
Yeah, spare horse now.
Oh.
Well, we have...
No, go. Sorry.
We have many charges to take care of at the moment. I just don't know that we can spare the energy.
I think we'd have to try and hide her here. And that would probably take more energy and time now. Just carrying her to her horse seems less.
The horse could be used for someone else, though.
Maybe we come to that when we come to it. One horse. We've got 79 people.
True, but that's one less of the living.
I mean, you could always have our crowd surf back and forth.
What are like the burial rituals of the Church of Light?
You burn the bodies.
You burn the bodies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The elves would bury bodies to give them back to Gian. The Church of Light, or the Whitehall rituals are to burn the bodies to send them up. Obviously, if you're of a status, you get interned. Do you know what I mean? Like, as we've seen. That's,
yeah.
Yep. So, they vary, but generally if it's a ad hoc thing like this, and you don't want something to happen to the body, you don't have the facilities to like protect it with rituals like you would when you're interring them, because we know that there's graveyards. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So people do get buried. Humans specifically get buried. But we also know that Denk and the Elves share quite a border as well, so there's obviously maybe a crossover in beliefs there. But again, it depends a lot on your belief structure. The various funeral rites exist. But burning a body would be the safest way to ensure nothing happened to the body.
It's a big signal.
It is a big signal, yes.
Yeah.
But also, there's been 80 people camping here for 9 days. They had fires.
Probably had fires.
Yeah. You can see the evidence of fire pits set up to keep people warm.
Before we make a decision, Myr'ra would maybe like to cast Scan.
Okay.
Because her sort of medicine-y check didn't give her like a clear cause of death.
Okay.
Like the wounds that she could see didn't seem to be. I think she's a suspicious person.
Okay.
We're in a weird place.
Mm-hmm.
She's maybe had lots of tales about growing up and is now a bit like, oh. I think I will do my action recovery roll first.
Okay. So while Myr'ra's recovering, is anyone else doing anything else?
I rolled so bad.
I mean, you've probably, like, depending on how long you want to take, because if you're dismantling a camp, you've probably got time to take a 10-minute recovery roll. It depends how long you're willing to let them run through the caves. Like, don't worry, we'll catch up, we'll just clean up after you guys.
Look at the rest of the crew.
I'll take my action.
I will say, it will take, like, hours to clear this, with just you guys clearing an 80-person campsite, so it looks like nothing's been here.
Do we want to try force with those refugees back? Come back! Dig!
I think things probably already knew that they were here, leaving evidence of the camps.
I just worry that if something more intelligent than a Targain comes across it, it doesn't take much to go, why were people camping here? Oh, down all go.
I mean, Lockheart, there's absolutely no worries about anything more intelligent ever coming this way, is there?
I mean, there's nothing more intelligent than Lockheart. So.
Currently?
And I think Lockhart's worried that the game's already kind of up.
Okay.
Are we potentially losing hearts with people that we have in the caves at the moment?
I don't want us to not do it and be responsible for something that Hedera and Riven have worked for now not being viable.
It's a valid point.
Yeah.
That's because you don't want Nat to come back and then just kill Myr'ra.
Also, I think Myr'ra as a Calderan feels quite passionately about there being a way out for people.
Yeah, I think that's important, right? Like, it's...
Yeah.
You know.
I think she will stay and dismantle the camp even if other people want to head on. It might take her longer, but she'll try.
I mean, would it save any time to just stuff everything into the cave?
I mean, you're still moving all the stuff and then trying to hide the fact that stuff had ever been there, like tracks and stuff like that, so it's still going to take... It's the scope of it being an 80-person camp that's the problem. Either way, you'd need to move the stuff or destroy the stuff, right? Even if you had Falkwin walk over and boop everything to get it into Aluben's garage, you'd be only able to put so much in. Do you know what I mean? Before you could actually... And you're still leaving the fact that there's been fire pits and tracks for this many people. It's just an awkward, time-consuming task. That's the problem. But having 80 people help you is a good idea.
Then I think we probably are just we're neither up nor down. But if we tell Nori and Katie to turn around and get everyone back, it might be the fastest way to clear the site.
Well, do you want that to have been the message that you sent, rather than just carry on? Because I feel like you would have been smart enough to have had these thoughts about the campsite being a massive liability, right? And now that you've got that moment of being able to breathe freely from the Falkwin attack, so the same sentiment is that's going to be an expensive bill is still passed on, but we can at least stop who we can from fleeing. But obviously there's quite a lot of panicked people at the front. So he says, we will do what we can, is the message you get back, ultimately. But the idea of saying right now everybody go back is going to be a tough sell. Especially to a lot of people that probably can't see in the dark, running through a cave. With Katie and Nori, who probably have really good night vision between them, not helping. Because they wouldn't think to be like, I'll just spark up a torch for them to
Nori might.
To be fair, a lot of the refugees are smart enough to light torches that they have, from the stuff they've... Do you know what I mean? Like, that is a thing that happens. Because, again, keep in mind, these are people that have travelled for weeks through the Caldera countryside. It's a horrible landscape. So, these people are hard enough. Like, there was probably more than 80 people that made that trip. And obviously not everyone has probably managed to survive that trip. That's something to factor in as well here. This could have been like 100 refugees had everybody made the trip. We don't know. Do you know what I mean? Caldera is a dangerous place because it's just not looked after by the devils. Yep, it's very much the Wild West.
Great landlord.
Yep. So, what is the plan? Is to try and wrangle up some of the refugees to try and help dismantle the camp? Okay. We can say that happens. You don't get everybody back though. There are too many refugees that won't come back. There's maybe like 40 people that will come back and help. The rest are either staying in the cave or have run on. And like, yeah, we can assume like Nori, when it comes out, Katie's doing his best to shepherd whatever with the 3 elven maidens. They're doing their best to mitigate what they can. Obviously Posy's a bee, as we know. But yes, so can you just give me some kind of like who's doing what role to like obfuscate this campsite? Who wants to take the lead on that one?
So
yes, it's not pleasant social interaction.
It's not. Well,
okay, talk me through it.
So just trying to help corral everyone, organizing the things to do, to try and make them all better at it. Maybe not everyone's hearing and listening, but if it's the sort of thing for trying to get a bunch of people to be better at something, does seem like the sort of time for anecdote.
You can't use anecdote to power anecdote. That time where people were better at something because I spoke at them, that reminds me of that time I did that.
Yeah. No, I'd say that's just why I wanted to use it. The time that we did it was clearly that time when the group...
The time when we did it.
Yeah. What was it? What's the collaborative thing that we've done? We must have done something together. When Myr'ra and Lockheart were doing loads of like looking through documents.
Yeah. We did a whole bunch of looking through documents. We looked at all the census data.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
And we had to be careful to cover our tracks.
They wouldn't let us look at any of the census data from Ivanhoe because they had covered their tracks.
Yes, they done it so well, so we learned from that.
Yeah, and if you were trying to research paperwork here, I would let that go. Yeah, that sounds like the perfect thing to go for. But none of that is you hiding tracks physically in nature. Give me a story about that, Lockhart.
On the Betty Bones arc,
Mm-hmm.
do we not do something about trying to get through the thorns or something? To try and do that?
I mean, where were you during that part?
Collaboratively making sure everyone's on their track.
You can have this one. Since it references a one-shot that nobody else here was in. When you were hunting down the pirate queen, Betty Bones.
It's
Good pirate.
yeah, or just general. I'm not married to this one.
No, like I think
talking about-
you can definitely like try and like rally people to be better at doing what they're doing, right? You know, how about that time where we all cleaned our tracks so we never got murdered in our sleep by devils? You know, it's always a good one. That children's fable. But yeah, so what is actually like? Who's actually taking the lead in this role, though? Okay, so you're in fact you're recovering.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I never
I'll
touched it.
Yeah.
I'll start
Thank you.
clearing things and try and
So
direct people.
can you give me like an intellect roll for that? I am just for like trying to make sure this place is less noticeable. An obfuscation roll of some kind. I mean, Lockhart, this could have been a deception roll.
And people are trying.
So, let's discuss.
Oop. Okay.
GM intrusions can be paid off with 1 XP, or you can just let it happen. It's entirely up to you. They also you also can re-roll. So the GM intrusion, if you pay it off with 1 XP, you just don't get the consequence of it. It's just a fail. If you re-roll, I don't know why you wouldn't just always re-roll and hope for the best, right? Because I feel like if you're spending XP anyway, you may as well hope for the best and re-roll. Unless in the rules somewhere it says that you can't re-roll if it's, but that feels dumb. So it's entirely up to you if you want to pay off the intrusion, re-roll, or just see what happens.
I do kind of want to see what happens, but I'm gonna read. I'm gonna be sensible.
Okay. The karma really has been kicking in, though. I can roll 20 be like, actually, there's your some dice rebate. But yeah, so that's 17. Yeah. So yeah, I think like with Ignysera seemingly doing a lot of the actual work. And everybody else trying to help where they can, trying to like wrangle these like whatever it was, like 40-ish people helping. Yeah. He's managed to like make the place look as best you can, with Ignysera going over at the end to make sure that none of the people who were helping have left tracks while getting rid of the tracks of them. Yep. So you've managed to wrangle everyone into the caves. You've packed up their shit. People are carrying what they can carry, and other stuff's been like dismantled, destroyed, hidden. Do you know what I mean? As best you can. You probably could guess that if somebody came here with a purpose to properly investigate this place, it probably wouldn't hold up to, much scrutiny, but they'd need to have a reason to be looking this way. So, yeah.
We've hopefully taken the reason away, so.
Yeah. Quick question for Falkwin. Are you taking any parts of the Falgain?
Yes, I was waiting for everyone to finish their cleanup.
Okay, it was on my checklist, don't worry, to cover. What have you done with the Falgain's remains? And Noya's remains?
Well, I would like to harvest some choice parts of the Falgain.
Okay.
Maybe some flesh, skins, some bones, some fingernails, just
different
bits and pieces.
You can give me an intellect roll to see if you can work out what bits are going to be the best to take, I guess. And what are you doing with the remains of the Falgain that he's not taking, and not Noya? He's taking Noya with you, or are you leaving? You burning What's the plan with Noya?
Well, we have some people who can make things combust.
And it's just a case of it'll take time to burn Noya if you are burning the remains. So you might want to do that while getting rid of the camp, so that would have to happen first while you're dealing with the camp. But also it's a big signal fire at the same time. So I need some quick decisions from people. What's happening? And what did you get there, Falkwin? Have you rolled?
Carriage.
1 second. Have you rolled yet, Falkwin?
I've not rolled yet.
Yep, keep doing that. I'm trying to multitask us through this scene.
Does that Aluben give me my asset on this?
Yeah, like she'll definitely be curious about this, yeah, 100%.
Yes. And I get 2 assets for this, right?
Yes, because she's trained in alchemy, so can work out probably what's kind of useful.
Cool.
So what's that? 7 plus 9, 16?
1. Yes.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, so you start like taking bits of like one of the limbs, but you realise that when you move on to the second limb, it's more of the same.
Mm-hmm.
And you think, is there much? Like, so you take like maybe 2 limbs worth of the interesting bits, so where the mouths are on the joints and stuff. So you take a couple of like, maybe 4 elbows worth of that, and then maybe 2 hands worth of like digits, and then Aluben just feels like there's probably little to be gained by just piling up on that, as gross as it is.
Yeah.
She also says something passing, just about what misfortune would take someone to give away their soul to become this. You can tell there's like a judgment in that.
Oh yeah.
And it's a judgment in the sense of you can tell this is as close to feeling sorry for whoever this used to be she can get, but the idea that you'd give up your soul to risk that is abhorrent to her. Which again adds to her many faceted judgments. Given where she has ended up in a bracer. We all have to look at our life choices. People who live in glass bracers, But yes, so you've got a whole bunch of gooey bits for her. But yes, what's happening with the Falgains, the rest of it, and also Noya?
If we are going to burn Noya, I would like to scan her first.
Okay, that's fine. But
then if...
So what's
Can she go with the garage?
It depends if
not living. And that was the problem before.
So the issue with that is Falkwin would need to make that happen. That's the only issue. Why would Aluben want her body? So
I mean, you don't need to convince Aluben. You just need to convince Falkwin.
Exactly.
Right. Falkwin isn't really opposed to it.
I think it's the simplest solution. We've got like 90 people's worth of resources to deal with for the next week or so. And if one person is essentially doubling by carrying a person, then I just don't see that adding up. And waiting to burn the body is time and a signal, or burying. I think that would be
so. For Falkwin's to factor all this in, Aluben is very much a case of just bury both bodies. That's her view on it. She isn't saying she will disagree with her storing Noya's body, but you can tell she's very strongly like, well, elves bury things, so bury it. Like, definitely I don't want that in here. But Falkwin doesn't.
Mouths and teeth from.
And then the pincers from the bog and the gooey bits. Yep. But
I think burying them is the simplest.
Keep in mind, that's what Aluben's saying to Falkwin. You guys can obviously try and sell Falkwin on storing it, and he said he's not opposed to storing it as well, which is much quicker. Just you still then need to do something with the Falgain.
Maybe curry some, if we can return her to
I'm
the
not-
White Hall.
I'm not burying her here.
Yeah.
I will carry her if Alban won't have. I will.
I'll help.
So what's the Team Berry? Yeah.
I mean, so the Church of Light would, like, her preference would probably have been to be burned.
Only because she's in the field and there are no options to intern her, to do rituals on her body to preserve her. So you burn the body so they can't be like effectively molested in any way by any source of magic or physicality. But in the field you burn things because it's practical. Elven beliefs, as I said, bury things because it goes back to Gian. So nourish the earth and all that.
Falkwin's not the most religious, but he's also not one who'd be super comfortable with sort of treading on someone else's beliefs. So he's very much on the fence on this one.
Yeah. Lockhart?
Yeah.
Lockhart would be try to convince him. Well, if Falkwin is the one to convince for put it in the garage, then first would be trying to convince then, and if that's a no, it would be trying to convince the other two to let him bury it, because I would say the worst option is carrying it.
Okay.
So that's
we know that Ignysera isn't going to leave the body. So
what if she forgets about the body?
No, they're not going to leave the body. You've got to do it twice.
It's like, now remember, Falkwin, they don't remember what you don't remember. I made you forget. Also, at least we know that, you know, he's quite drained on the mental power. So Lockhart can't mind wipe everybody. Not reliably. With his gauzy makeup running down his face. But yes, so effectively, Falkwin, it does come down to you. Like, has Lockhart convinced you to take the body? Because the argument is Ignysera is going to be out for the count carrying it.
Yeah, well, we're not using the garage for anything else at the moment. So I suppose in the worst case, if we need the space, then we can just unload her at that point and set a fire inside the cave where it would hopefully not cause a problem.
These are actually sewer pipes.
Oh,
you're fine. You've set fires in caves before, right? You have camped on the way here, so these are good. Yes, so you can feel the slight protest, obviously, Falkwin, but there's no, you know, fight with Elben about this, because it is, you know, something you can just do. So yeah, Noya is in the garage. And what are we doing with the Falgain's body?
I think. Do we bury that one?
Yeah, I think that we can bury.
Yeah.
It will take time. But
Yep.
Not as much time as trying to burn it, I feel.
Also not as obvious as.
Could another, like, kind of like, there have been a fight, rather than bury it, we could stage it.
I go find a second Falgain and kill it next to
We
it.
just move it away. That is burying it versus trying to carry it at least a bit further away so it's not directly in front of a cave entrance. What we think would take the most time. Because if we move it, then it might just get eaten by other things.
Yep, what do you think? Bury or move?
What do we think would take more?
Show of hands for bury, show of hands for move. And then tell me what your hand means.
Move might be quicker, but less.
Move is definitely quicker. We know that. Because burying the thing, because it's massive, would take time.
Takes a lot. It's a lot of manual labour.
Yeah. And
It's just
you don't have a lot of shovels.
People
Yeah.
And also then there's still been a big like hole right in front of the
Do
thing
we
we're trying to hide.
Does
Okay.
anyone have the magical ability to just catapult this like 500 meters in some direction?
I can
Just
make myself hover. I
It's
did
like
try,
how-
I can't make anything else hover.
How far are we moving it, right?
Just enough that it's not right next to the cave entrance, I think was the plan.
Yeah.
Like, so it's, if it dies, it looks like it's been killed by something else that's came and moved on, not that it was killed by people hiding in a cave, which is fair enough. I mean,
Or you've got the bits of the bug, leave some bug bits.
Leave some
to
bug
it.
bits.
Something came out of the cave, a bug. Cave bugs don't want to go into that cave. If anything, it just helps.
Here's a question. How literal does wither mean in Blessing of the Gods?
how much effort you spending in it?
Well, I can spend one effort. Well, no, I can't spend one effort for free, but I can cast it repeatedly for free.
I mean, how long are you willing to stand there?
How long do we have?
I mean, you have as long as you want to stand
While
there.
we're moving it, you could like just be like
Yeah.
sitting at it the whole time.
Yeah, I think if you spent a lot of the time that people were cleaning up the campsite trying to wither this thing away, but it would take a lot, and it wouldn't be enough for you to just use wither for free. It would need effort.
It would make it easier to. Okay. Falkwin's feeling like he wants a bit of fun while everyone else is doing manual labour, so he's going to very stupidly put all of his effort into seeing whether he can just make this corpse wither away.
So, I'm assuming you're going to want some modicum of privacy for that, so you're not potentially using what could be considered as horrible magic. Some darker celestial words. As you're screaming at this thing to disintegrate. Yep. If that's the case, then everyone's going to give you the privacy, which I'm assuming they're going to be, because they're going to be busy wrangling some people and clearing a campsite away and obfuscating what they can. What is it you're looking to spend on this, Falkwin? Tell me the mechanics first.
I'm spending 3 effort, and I am hoping to get a result that sort of like right now it's a big sort of mass of hands or like limbs, right, with the skin, the flesh, and the bone. I would very much like it if the skin and the flesh could dry up and curdle and blacken and disintegrate and just basically turn to dust, leaving like just a skeleton of lots of arm bones.
So, as you're working out how to obviously channel that, those celestial words up, Aluben says, "This task will be difficult. However, I feel like our connection would be strong enough if you were allowing me to step in to empower this. No one seems to be paying attention to us, so I feel we have some degree of privacy. But it would require you relinquishing some control to me."
Okay.
But with this connection, we could perhaps disintegrate the whole thing.
Well, that would be useful.
I would not be so eager to give away your freedom.
I know you're going to tell me that I shouldn't trust you so completely, but I do trust you, Alu.
I would not presume to tell you what to think.
No, you wouldn't.
But it is a way to solve this problem. Swifter.
Let's do it.
So, you're willing to kind of relinquish control. You feel this presence, like the equivalent of you slipping into a bath when you've been frozen, right? Like you've come in from a frozen winter day, you've slipped into a very hot bath. There's that sensation of pressure, like that welcomed warmth, but also a degree of uncomfortable sensation, right? That tingly, your nerves are coming alive again, in ways that you didn't expect. From a visual aspect as well, there is a brief gust of wind in the Aluben style of obfuscation that's immediately dispelled over Falkwin, and there's the glowing gold of the eyes. Even like as you're opening like your mouth to speak the words, there's just gold light coming out of it. And yeah, you have absolutely no control over your body. There is, from everyone else's point of view, the standard audible screaming of celestial magic from Falkwin, as one big audible, like, you know, celestial word booms, and this thing gets hit and is immediately like disintegrated in half. There's like a massive, like almost what's it, concave-esque missing chunk from this thing as it's immediately like half dusted. It goes again. This thing is gone. Falkwin, you have 1 intellect.
Oh, good.
Falkwin, you have 1 might.
Oh no.
And Falkwin,
Oh.
you have 1 speed.
Wow. That's a lot of effort.
And you feel that cold coming back. Into like what feels like, you know, that was your normal, but it now feels very different.
Yeah.
And like you can definitely feel that pressure that would have been Aluben is back where it was. You can't feel her. You are also incredibly fatigued. You also believe that you may have just nearly died.
I believe that. I would like to immediately use my action recovery.
Yes, I think as you like maybe collapse to the ground on your knees or whatever, like you can be like catching your breath, like coming to at that sensational rush. So yeah, anyone that notices that, I don't know, maybe Dig has noticed that you've like basically fell over and they run over to like, is he okay? What the fuck was it? Because obviously people would have looked at you when the shouts happened. And yeah, like I guess some people run over. I'm assuming some party members may also run over.
I am creating a small fluffy thing. I throw it at Falkwin. Hug it. What was that? Are you okay?
Alu helped out with the corpse problem.
I think Dig says, Alu?
My imaginary friend.
Dig looks at Myr'ra.
I know.
There's just a wording of, what the fuck?
Go with it. It's fine. Helps him.
It looks at where the, like, you know, essentially like bone dust. It looks like it's been blasted into the ground. It's like, I'll get a broom.
Yeah. Maybe a rake. Maybe a range. Falkwin.
Probably good fertilizer.
That is a ridiculous amount of magic. Hug the thing more.
How much help does the thing give me with my recoveries again?
Ooh, let me check. I think it's just another +1, but it like every little helps. I can +1 to every one of your recovery rolls.
Oh,
so if you
10 is more than 9.
Yes.
I would like to use my 10-minute as well.
Yep, that's fine.
And you can add a 1 to that as well.
Yep.
Okay. Well, my intellect is back up at 18. My might and speed are still 1 each. It was maybe not intelligent of me to leave them both at 1.
I mean, you can, by the way, divide those points up amongst any of your stats, but this is Falkwin choosing to put...
You know, maybe I'll leave my speed at 1, but I'll divert like maybe...
This is the most wizard thing to do as well, isn't it, right? It's like, I don't need a body or legs, I just need my brain!
Okay, I will divert 8 points.
Right, so how much did you just get back? You got 10 and 7, so you just got 17 points back, right?
Yeah.
And you've got 1 in each of your pools, right? So you could comfortably divide, what, like 5 in each from the extra spares into intellect, if you really wanted. or any way you wish. It can all go to intellect. I'm not fussed.
I think I will do 4, 4, and the rest.
Yep, whatever you feel is good. That's probably slightly more sensible than everything into the brain again. Although I do love it. I have that energy as a caster.
Yeah, it's like I want to be the glass cannon. Although that's maybe less of a glass cannon and more of a glass cannon that's got lots and lots and lots of cracks in it, and will blow up the next time it fires.
It's the Kitsuguri, like, bowl with all the gold holding it together. Okay.
So so I put 4 and 4, so 17 minus 8 is 9. So so that puts me at 5, 5, 10.
Not bad.
That seems like a good spread.
That's basically a starting wizard. So for the people that came to help, did you say Ignysera went over to help, or did she stay at the camp and help pull that? Or was it just Myr'ra that headed over? I forgot who said they went to
Probably
Falkwin.
would have headed over. Oh, yeah.
Between the two of you, and very specifically for Myr'ra's view of this, while you've said it's a ridiculous level of magic, that's very much beyond you, which means it should be beyond him.
Yeah.
And you can probably tell why he looks as bad.
He's got someone very powerful in his head. Glass bracelet.
Yeah. It's his friendship bracelet. Yeah.
It's all totally fine. This is totally normal.
This is what we can do. This is just Element's frustration she let out there after having to keep a body in her garage. Just wah.
Okay. Yeah. I think Myr'ra will probably also make tea.
Yeah.
Go sit down, rest. It will help try and make the sand look normal.
So I think we can safely say that you clear up the campsite as best you can. You don't have any bodies to deal with now, which is good. You wrangle everybody back into the caves and you start moving again, right? Any attempt at organisation as you're moving, or are we happy just to try and get people moving forward? Because obviously Katie and Nori didn't stop everyone moving forward. So some people have went...
We've got about 40 people with us.
Yours are 40 that came to help. Obviously some people might have stopped and never came to help. They wouldn't willingly go back, but they're happy to stay put. And obviously some people kept going.
I am going to take the list we made earlier and tick off the people we've got with us so that I know who's not with us.
Okay.
And as we get to people, I'm going to try and account for who we've got.
Okay.
So that we can try and figure out who we've not got. But I don't think it's worth trying to corral them into specific groups.
No, it's quite messy now, unfortunately, to try and track the numbers you've got. Obviously, if you could wrangle everybody back together, you've got a good chance of getting your 79 again, right? But some people won't have stopped. And obviously with the updates that you guys gave them about trying to hide the tracks and stuff, I mean, you left it really up to Nori and Katie to decide, am I going to literally drag them back? Or are they just allowed to run because they'll pass out at some point? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. But you just make your lists, you start moving everyone, I guess. And then, is there anything MD's particularly eager to do on the montage of trying to wrangle people through these caves back to Voros?
Can I don't know.
We do want to try and keep track of who we've got. So it might be worth trying to just have some sort of order.
I think we'd have to wait till we got to the first gathering place.
But I guess we could just start with the names that we've got and the people that we've got, and we're going to save as much so when we get there we know who we don't have.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. You could always ask Katie to ride ahead on the horse to try and track the people down that are fled. I mean, between him and Nori...
Just send a vampire through the caves to track some scared people.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was thinking
happens.
Nori.
Oh, him and Nori can work as a team, right? They're in the abstraction, right? So I'm obviously always going to try and lead with the NPCs that I control rather than the PCs that are sadly absent. But Nori is, or was, up front at least. Although in true Nori style, they were the furthest from combat they had to be. We know what you're up to, Chris. But yeah, so what's the plan there? Do you want to try and get like them to wrangle the strays, or are you waiting till you push on to the first rest point, hoping people might have also seen the first rest point?
I mean, we're here to try and protect these people, and also potentially catch the heart piercer. So I do feel like we need to know where everyone is. If we have one person out in front that gets pierced,
bit awkward, yeah.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So I do think there is value in trying to get Nori and Katie ahead and try and sort out something of getting people to stay in groups and not be like stragglers on their own.
Yeah. So, you try that. Do somebody want to throw me a roll?
Sure.
Let's see how that goes. Obviously, moving in like an hour worth of obviously travel, like Alabama will come back to you, Falkwin, after like an hour of being burnt out. They will act very burnt out as well. They seem fatigued as fuck. Even to the point where even to the point where Alabama asks, was it successful?
It was successful.
She does say, forgive me for the methods, but it was the only way to reduce the time that would have taken.
Well, you made short work of it, I'm told.
I don't imagine housing my being within yours while you are in there too would have been something we wish to repeat often.
No. We can save that for desperate situations in the future.
Thank you for trusting me, Falkwin.
You're welcome.
And there is that sense of like vulnerability again with Ella Ben. Being like, it's almost like she's learning like actually he does trust me. I guess maybe like getting into her head now that she's like believing it. But yes, what have we got as our total there, Lockhart?
25.
I mean, yeah, so are we corralling people at the rest point or as we go? What was the plan?
If we could try and get people sort of organized as we're going, maybe just get Nori to get front people to stop so that we can recoalesce as a cohesive unit.
So, you can obviously try and get people into some kind of order, but in the caves it's difficult because, you know, you'll be pushing past people, etc. But at least there's some kind of line, which is helpful. But nobody's particularly staying put. They're trying to find people they know. Like, it's a bit of a jumble. They've got people that feel more comfortable at the back, trying to protect people, the people that clearly stayed to try and fight. Like, Dig doesn't know what to do with herself. She's like, I don't know if I should be at the front, the back, the middle. She's kind of just like being where you guys aren't, because she's trying to fill the, you know, it's okay, everything's in hand, we're getting through this, look how quick that was dealt with, like, we're fine, we're no longer in Caldera as far as she's concerned. She's like, it's good. So like you can see that she's even trying to like help as well with this situation, but she doesn't know what to do there. She's also scared. Like, you know, she's not a leader. She's just been promoted with mum energy into this position. But yeah, effectively by the time you get to this rest point on the way to it, as I said, it's been a couple of hours or whatever of getting through these caves, probably like a number of hours. Like Katie says, we've found some stragglers, but I'm sure more ran off. So it's hard to say, but we've sent back who we can. Obviously, Nori goes on, and Katie's willing to look further forward. Is waiting to hear back from one of you guys. Like, is he coming back with who he's got with Nori, or is he heading on? Because you've got like several days of tunnels before you get to the split. So it's entirely up to you guys what you want Katie to do. Push on or pull back.
Does he give us a There we go.
I was thinking we really don't want people getting to the split without us.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, who's going to give me the roll of the ring?
I can do it.
Yep.
I was thinking we'd probably explain to Dig that some of us can communicate with the ring, and that we'll probably be doing it to them every so often, just to really do that.
Yeah, to reassure them. Yep.
Yeah. You hear our voices in your head. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. I explain check status. I'm like, don't worry about it.
She says, "Oh, I had a cousin that could do something like that. So that's, cool. You've got it as a ring, though. Do you have any spares?" So yeah.
I can make us telepathically link. I would definitely ask whether Katie or Nori, whoever I message, how many I want. We have 40. I want to know how many they've got.
So you have more than 40 because only it was the 40 that came to help.
Yes.
Right? So you have more than 40 because the people that stayed in the caves, not everybody ran ahead. So yeah.
I would have definitely head counted and ticked off on my list as we encountered them. So I'll probably be near the front of this group. Like,
by the time you get everybody wrangled in some kind of order with, the messages back and forth from Katie, etc., and Nori, you have 74 people.
Oh, we're so close.
Okay. And 3 dead bodies.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Oh. Which means we've got 2 missing.
Mm-hmm.
So
one of whom could be the murderer. Who knows?
Oh, yeah.
2 of the bodies were trampled to death.
Oh.
One of the bodies has a mysterious piercing through their front and back.
No! So it's a different colour.
Mm-hmm.
In all the hilarity with Mr. Hansy, I even forgot there was a murderer.
I mean, that's kind of the design. So yeah, it was. I mean, your focus was on the immediate danger, which was important.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You see, we've still got 2 missing.
Yes. 2 are unaccounted for.
They could both be the murderers.
That makes sense.
Or Katie had a snack.
Do we have
It makes sense. If there's 2 stab wounds, perhaps they get stabbed simultaneously by 2 knives held by 2 people.
Could be.
Could be.
But we should know who the 2 that we don't have are.
Or have whatever names they gave us.
Yeah.
In our senses.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So
And we can all think about
let me get to my name generator, I guess, to get some people.
Thank you for that.
Right. So, what names do we want first?
Oh. Do we?
So
do we want
the ones I'm not giving you 74 names, or technically 73 because you've got one of their names, which is Dig.
Yeah.
Right. So 3 dead, 2 missing.
Yeah.
Right.
Just the 2 missing, I guess. Again.
Okay. Bear with. So, one of the missing people is Chloe Cotton.
Mhm.
Aw.
Very hobbit name.
It's
I
so
like
hobbity, isn't it?
Yeah.
And weirdly, on the same list, there's Begas Sackville Baggins on there as well. I'm not. I can't do it.
That's about 2 on the
It's
nose.
far too on the nose. And the other one is Keenan, and is Silver Mug.
Mm.
So,
It's the 2 missing people.
Okay. Oh.
Would you like the the name of the dead person? Which,
Yes.
like,
yeah.
okay,
All of them, please.
okay, okay. So we have the trampled person, right? Trampled one is Bertie. Good song. Okay.
Hmm.
And what else we got here? Elaine, as an Alaine. Langham. That's Langham. Sadly, Elaine was one of the teenagers as well, unfortunately. But they've clearly just not been able to get out of the way of the massive charge of people. And then, I'm assuming you'd like the name of what looks like a heart piercer victim.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Iresine. That's Iresine. And Rantha. Rantha.
Creepily, 2 out of all of those names are former colleagues of mine. But
That's
this year,
complete coincidence. The terms and conditions at the end of the credits that say, any likeness, etc. That's so weird. Okay. So I note down who I've named who. That helps. So yeah, what's the plan?
Something probably Lockhart should have been thinking about before, but is just like, okay, vibe check time, to use the words the kids have, of just trying to get a sense of people.
Okay. Who we vibe checking?
Getting a hunch about people around. So basically just trying to sort of discern, okay, who is surprised by, or is anyone trying to hide their emotions? It's not necessarily a role, but that's just something that Lockhart is trying to do with everyone.
Tell you what, indulge me anyway. Give me a roll. Why not? Try to introduce more roles as we go. So I take it we're just working our way down, are we including Dig in this role as well? Are we going down all 74 people and just trying to vibe check the group you have corralled?
Yes.
And it can be something Lockhart does over the course of the rest period, etc. Yes, Hannah, what was that?
As I say, we could also generally ask the people who are missing, does anybody know them? Who was whose names were next to them on the list? Who was maybe with them when they were in our little census? To try and get a feel for who we've not got.
Wait and see what the vibe check is as well. Yep.
would the census count as like an asset to this? Like our actual written...
Not for vibe checking people, no.
But so we know that we haven't done the same person twice.
We'll see how bad the intrusions are. Okay, so what's our total?
Total is 17.
17. Okay, so we'll say that takes like the course of, quite a long period of time, and you wanted to ask, obviously, people knew people.
Yeah.
So the two missing people, they have people that have spoke to them in the camp, obviously. Chloe was a bit older than a lot of people. Not as old as Dig, but an older lady. But didn't have any family left from the people that got to know her. Right, talked about how there was nothing for her in Caldera. And doesn't effectively want to die in the pit. So if there was even if it's a dangerous path, like she feels like she's left it too late in life, but if there was a chance to get out, she may as well, die within free air, as it were. Nobody really knew Keenan Silvermug, kept to himself, seemed a bit stuck up. People said probably lived in sin and got kicked out. So didn't make any friends, basically.
I was writing an episode of Death in Paradise.
I mean, I'm having to do a lot of ad-libbing here. But a good song, kept everything's spirits up. So, he seemed like he was a very charming young man. Probably bard-like in nature. Seemed like they didn't really know how dangerous this was, though, like, very naive, like, very kind of, like, but too old to really justify that naivety, right? Like, maybe late 20s as a person. But clearly, the pit had not crushed their spirit, right? Other than that's a terrible pun. That was actually unintentional. And Elaine,
You're Noya.
I know,
and the people that actually got crushed in the fort.
which was Barry, which is why I thought it was really bad. It's okay. We'll edit that in post. And then Elaine Langham. This is one of the very young people at the camp, one of the kind of teenagers. Knew the other teenagers, but that was about it. Again, likewise, another story of kind of an orphan. No real family connections that they knew. The thing is, though, people could have family in the pit and never meet them because of how big the place is and how disorganised and dangerous the pit is. So, these people are just looking to start a new life outside Caldera. And from the stories Riven and obviously Hedera have given you guys, it's not primarily obviously via Riven, from Hedera. There isn't really, unless someone's going to come in with a massive amount of influence, power, money, etc., you're not going to change the pit. Not unless you get the devils to actually give a fuck about it. They have the influence to make a difference. If a whole nation came in and made a difference, do you know what I mean? The dwarfs and the dragons could just effectively pincer maneuver the pit and be like, we're fixing this problem. The devils probably wouldn't care enough to stop them, because they'd still have the souls. Do you know what I mean? It's just the desperation that gets the deals is the flip side of that. So that's obviously fun. So yeah, Elaine didn't really have, other than the teenager friend she'd made here. And the victim, yeah, nobody knew. The victim. They'd obviously interacted with him, but no, again, much kept to themselves, didn't make any, didn't rub people up the wrong way, didn't stick their neck out, basically. One person says they think they may have been a Barlen given the way they carried themselves, though.
Ooh.
But obviously people don't like to talk about that, because obviously a lot of second generation Calderan blame Barlen for the situations they're in. So it is very much a 1% tag. You don't want in a group of non-1%ers. So yes. Any other questions?
Only wanting to know about the people who are missing.
So I did. I covered them at the start.
Yeah.
Yep. So again, Chloe was not as old as Dig, but nearly as old. And Keenan seemed like it was a bit like it came from Sin, the elitist, like nobly place. But it looks like he was kicked out of it, and thus has decided I'm not slumming it. I'm just gonna head to another country. Wasn't particularly liked. Yeah. So yes.
I realised I missed. My roll was actually a 23 because I hadn't read the specialised.
No, that's okay. Same info. Yep. You find 5 more people. What?
I think we will want to try and cross-reference that if we can at some point with the other victims, see if any of them were Barlan.
Well, I mean,
something we can really do at the moment. But
well, I mean, you've got KT. KT did research, so always ask him when he comes back. You can always just ask him now with the ring, right? Like, while you're hunting people down in the caves, could you perhaps loop in with what your findings were?
Yeah,
to be fair, we could maybe message to say, these are the 2 people you're looking for.
Yeah.
Like, we could let them know, like, names. They could just be, like, calling for. Chloe!
It's up to you. You just want to let them know that information? Want to ask them questions? You just need to let me know. Yes, no?
I don't think we need to know. It maybe wouldn't be the worst idea if they know who they're looking for, though. I think that would be worth.
Yeah.
American do that. I will message and say, these are the people who are missing.
Lockhart's really worried about rolling that 1 on the ring, aren't you?
The dice fine today.
Well, hey. Yeah. So what is it you want to let Kitty know? Just who's looking for and anything else?
Who's they're looking for, and kind of what we found out about them. So Chloe Cotton is older, didn't seem to have any family left. This was kind of like a last ditch.
Yeah,
get out of. Yeah, Keenan, silver mug. Kept to himself, bit stuck up, maybe from Sin. Rubbed people up the wrong way.
Yep. Cool. So you let him know that. Anything else in the message, or is that the gist of it? Yeah. Yeah, cool.
Probably.
Okay. And you get a message back that says, "Oh, how thrilling." Yep.
I passed that on.
Yep. Right. So, before we end the session, is anything else you want to do?
I mean, it might be prudent to have like a kind of a buddy system. Yeah, I would probably like a somewhat tiered system if that was possible. I know it's hard to impose upon a group, but just being like, you know, if we've got 70 odd people, then, you know, 2 of them are responsible for another 4 who are responsible for each another 2 who are responsible for a 2, and you know, that way
pyramid scheme.
We can very quickly find exactly reverse funnel.
I mean, the motivation that will be 3 dead people, one of which has been deliberately killed, is a lot to motivate a group of people that are relying on you guys keeping them. So it won't be a difficult thing to organise people into some kind of sense, because they're more likely going to be like, well, we need something that makes us feel safer.
Do we just tell them what's going on?
It's up to you.
The only thing I can think of not to is a little bit of panic, but I think we're kind of past that now. And B, it means that if the killer is amongst us, they know that we are looking for them. But if it helps people want to stay together more, then I think that helps.
I mean,
us.
I think to factor in, the Giller's not subtle, right? Like, they're opportunistic, it seems. Which is the info you've gathered thus far by the fact that this was done during the chaos. But, yeah.
They took the first chance that they've got.
So, opportunistic, and they didn't care about you finding the dead body. It's not like it was staged as a trampled person, right?
What if the killer is young? Opportunistic. Targeting moment of maximum confusion. That's a type of cunning that you might expect from someone who wouldn't be able to get out of a situation if they were caught, unless there was confusion.
We know that it happened however many years ago with Nori. We have that as if it is the same person, as a likely minimum age for them. Now, it could be a copycat, we don't know for certain it is the same, but it likely is. So it just gives us a minimum.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so Nori's about what? I think, is Nori like 20? Like, give or take?
Yeah.
Like, they're between like 15 and 25. That's the bracket for Nori's age, somewhere in that bubble, I think. So I think they're about 20.
So Nori's father being murdered probably happened 10 to 20 years ago.
Yeah, about 15, yeah, give or take. So yeah.
And was that the oldest one that E.T. had found? Because hadn't they done a bit of research and found some from a while ago?
They had very scattered notes. But yes, it was odd because Katie's like, "Oh, I've been to like your village," but that was way before this all happened. But I don't remember if I said there was stuff older than that or not. It just went that far back, at least. But for the new now, there can at least have been one or two that were older than that. Again, it's only coming to light now that these things seem to be oddly connected, rather than the fact at the time it was just an odd murder that never got solved. But like, it's went back potentially 80 years.
I think you did tell us that does ring a bell.
Yeah, that rings.
So, yeah.
But someone could be masking their appearance, so we can't just say all these young people are definitely not. Everyone is a suspect.
I mean, fair. So
Lockheart will be asking himself some searching questions.
Was I the killer? But yes, so anything else you want to do before you wrap up for the potentially hiatus? Nope, all good.
Yeah. Is the bee still there?
Yeah. Yep, Posey's accounted for.
Good.
They didn't like sting something in the front and the back really quickly.
How big is the stinger? Is it just a normal bee size?
I mean, the bee is the bee size, yeah. It's a normal bee size. It's just a very abnormal normal bee.
It's not like a Doctor Who vest.
No, it's all massive. Wait a minute, they were the heart piercer the whole time. But yes, so with that, obviously we've got Katie searching the caves ahead of the group that you have tried to wrangle up. You have obviously set up some kind of watch system to try and get people into, you've obviously divided people into groups and stuff to like go, right, user, A shift, user B shift, etc. You're trying to make it in a way that there's always at least a group of people awake at a time, rather than, but you are aware that moving people that way is going to be really difficult. So it is just going to have to be a case of some people will just be exhausted in the group at any given time, and that will be rotated through. Because you're getting people that are staying up to keep everybody else safe, and you guys need rest to be functional as well. If you guys are going to be the main protective force for this group. Obviously you've got your NPC list as well, because you've got Posey when you're exchanging out Myr'ra, and you've got the 3 Elven maidens. You've got obviously Camberley, Dakima, and Marabella. Just feel like I need to say their names every so often because I just refer to them as the 3 Elven maidens. It just sounds like a tavern, and or a ship. So those 3 people exist. You've got your, obviously, currently the horse is taken away with Katie. Katie's on the horse. Tofu, and yeah, obviously Nori's back with the gang as well. These are all assembled. So yes, not exactly great. Obviously Nori's probably going to be in some particular condition, however Chris wishes to describe that, at the fact that potentially their father's killer has killed someone here. So that's obviously going to be at the forefront of Nori's concerns. But yes, I think that will bring that particular session to a close. Yes. So, what would we like to call this session? Mm-hmm.
I was also typing that.
I was expecting that, to be honest. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So far, armed and dangerous. Many hands make light work. I like throwing hands. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I like that too. I'm struggling.
I did have armed and dangerous written down as one of my suggestions, but you did it too.
But there's also
Hands of Death. Here lies. It's just awkward because obviously I'm saying that about Noya, but technically Noya's in the garage. Armed to the teeth. It's actually just fantastic, isn't it? I mean, I'm just going to vote for that currently. Just because I described it as big gangly arms with teeth at the joints. Yeah! Not that I'm trying to sway the votes, but Danger Hug is also good though. I mean, at least crunch. And my imaginary friend did that. What a way to reassure Dig, Falkwin though as well. Just it's fine out, it's just my imaginary friend. Like after the person that gave the speech to reassure everyone being Lockhart, who collapsed with black ooze coming out of them. Yep. Just what a reassuring bunch. Right.
There was lots of supernatural collapsing in this episode. Lockhart with the sloth just saying, "Oh yeah, that's one of mine."
Not sloth.
And then me with
just a presence. There was no narrowed down.
We didn't question that.
You did you did say it was a kind of vaguely Scottish accent.
No, I did. Every single devil is Scottish.
Oh, right. Right.
Yes, every one of them is a Scottish famous person.
I missed that actually. I forgot that
Alan Cumming.
What's her name?
And obviously Michelle Gomez.
Wait, who's Alan Cumming again?
Greed.
Really? Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot we even met Greed.
Because technically you didn't. Well, you did.
Right.
Because he was in Arc 3, in the council chamber, in Place of Pride, who was locked in the vault.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he was there. Trying to remember when things happened, in the order of things. But yes, they're all Scottish actors, or
that's fine.
Personalities. Yeah, I thought so. Just a theme that I went with. But no, just in case you thought it was Sloth specifically, I didn't specify Excuse me. But I can see why you'd think of that.
My mind just went really going.
I mean, it's fair. It's valid. I mean, I hope you go back and speak to Sloth at some point. That was a very fun character to run. But yes, what was that, Alexander, you said there? Like, your mind hadn't...
Yeah, that when you said Scottish, I put Sloth.
Ah, interesting. I think it's also because Michelle Gomez doesn't sound like a Scottish name.
True.
Yep. But yes, so are all the votes in? We've got one from Hannah, we've got one from Kalli, we've got one from Alexander, but none from Falkwin or Sean.
I need to pick up thing. I did like this one.
Okay.
I'm not being helpful.
No, that's okay. It does help because it means armed to the teeth wins. That is helpful.
Yeah.
So I'll just add to that. That's the one Nori would have voted for anyway. We know this. I couldn't resist it. Also, can we do a shout out to Chris's little poem? I don't know if he's read it or not, but my God, was it actually amazing. Like,
where did that come from?
I know it's a bit of an odd thing to do, but I'm actually just going to read it out. I won't be able to do it with the same like panache as him, obviously. But I would have asked him to have done that had he been here. But his comment was just a little bit of silliness focused on the original one-shot. And it starts with, in twilight's glow, where dreams ignite, Viktor triumph with heart alight, weaved a tale of hope and fire, of a boy's wish that climbed ever higher. They gathered beneath a starry dome, a mismatched crew far from home, a knight clad in valour resolute, with a thief who danced in shadows astute, a wizard whose whispers summoned the dawn, and a chatterbox whose tales spun on. Each thread unique, yet woven with grace, unyielding spirits in this fateful embrace. Together they stood against the tide, fighting for those who lost their pride. For within every heart a flicker shall rise, an echo of courage, a light from the skies. So hold tight to dreams, let wishes take flight, for even the smallest can conquer the night. In Viktor's tale we find our own song, bound by the wish where the brave all belong. Like, how good is that? Like, well done, Chris. So good. And sorry for murdering that, but you weren't here to read it. But yes, no, that was fantastic. So obviously now he's contractually obligated to do all the arcs now. No pressure. But yes, so we've got our name. XP wise for me, I would say we overcame a notable monster of some sort, so everybody can have an XP for dealing quite significantly well with the Falgain.
Nice.
Like, yeah, and you know that was quite a tricky thing to be up against, yet, yep, very well done. So, nicely done. Obviously it did come at somewhat of a cost, but, you know, it kind of was what she dedicated her life to, right? So, yeah, we're going to think about Klingons, you know, they died with honor. Yeah. Anyone else get any particular goals they wish to, like, bring up? In terms of things you think have been completed or things that are added to the pile? Obviously, I'm going to assume, Falkwin, you're going to track everything I natter on about with Aluben, and if you don't, I'm not going to, so...
Well, I know at the very least that we need to make it a workshop, and that's step one.
Okay, cool. That's good enough.
Doing the workshop. I just assume that she's saying things as she goes that springs into her head, and I'm assuming
that's it.
As long as we make progress towards the ability to do those things, she will continue to have constant ideas about what she wants at that particular time.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's experiencing stuff as you are, right? So,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it's definitely going to be... I mean, you've done a massive step forward in your journey with her today. A very, very big step. Very dangerous step, but yet one...
Yeah, bigger than I was expecting. But, you know, got to go for gold.
Exactly, right. Go for gold leaf. That's a goal for Goldleaf. So, yes. Anyone else get any goal-related things they wish to add, remove, update, etc.? All good? None? Kalli, any? Yes, no, maybe?
No, I think it's fine. The only thing I was thinking about whether we want to have anything for like returning Noya back to her people, something, whether that's smaller.
I mean, it's probably worth. If you're going to try and get her back to the Whitehall in Cascade City, it's probably worth putting on there. Yeah. So somebody feel free to chuck that in the Cascade goals page. Anything, Alexander? You want to chuck on the goals? All good. Anything you think's done on the goals?
No, I think we're sort of on that. Find out more about the Heart Piercer. We're taking. We're closer to them than we have been in the past.
Yeah, seems so. Yep. Yes, if that's the case, then goals concluded. Wrap up chat time, and then we'll do our XP award after that. Lockhart, let's start us off.
So obviously Lockhart did not succeed like any of the roles, but the first one Lockhart did, I think it was 17, so that's difficulty 5.
Yep.
Yes.
To 18.6. Yep.
Yeah, and so did we find out that they were difficulty 6?
Yes, you did. Someone rolled an 18 when it hit.
And it did.
I'm sure it was Kalli, I think.
But did
or maybe Myr'ra.
Did a 5? Yeah, so a 5 would have failed.
Yes.
Okay, because I was like, roll what was actually going to succeed, and then re-roll it as a 1.
I mean, so the GM in me wants to highlight the fact that you did a physical and a mental thing there, so you don't know if they were the same number. However, you can just take the victory here and assume it was a 6 regardless, and just to give yourself that peace of mind that re-rolling it was worth it. I mean, for the special effects budget, it was way worth it, right?
Yeah, and at some point, Lockhart will think to get the goop off the face, but not yet.
I just love the reassuring conversations you've been having with people while looking like that as well. Just, it's like, didn't you collapse and bleed black? Don't worry about that. Just make sure you're not killing people, and look after your friend.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, lots of 6 points of rolls, but Lockhart didn't die. But I don't think that matters.
You have survived, the Theron. You've survived the Falkwin. Like, guys are doing well.
Yeah, and it is a it's a pity we lost our Amberlands, but they died doing exactly what they wanted to. So, like, particularly Lockhart's like, this is why they were here. Thanks. Now let's move on. Try and keep as many other ones alive as possible. And I'm glad we were able to compromise and put Noya in the garage. Otherwise, it would have been a discussion.
And I think I never said it at the time, but you can. When Katie learns that fact, he will be probably happy about the fact that you kept the body, because returning them to the Whitehall will be much more significant than not. Do you know what I mean? It kind of shows that you didn't treat them as discardable. Not that they wouldn't have understood if you had to burn them and run, but
we tell them we burnt them. Whether we did or not. And now we've got to keep an eye and they try and catch a killer. And definitely all for Nori getting vengeance.
It's one of those, who could it be amongst these 74 potential suspects? Dun dun dun. Or 76, depending how you look at it.
Yeah, we just start. We kind of just hit one at a time. It's like, well, we tied up that one. Someone else still died, so we've got to just
process of elimination.
Yeah.
Like,
we kill them all. I mean, actually, if we kill them all, we have almost certainly got them.
Let's just take a shot on one of them. 1 in 73 chance.
better odds than the lottery, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. God.
Yeah, and I'm 73 times and guarantee we got it.
I mean, realistically as well, though, depending on when the Heart Piercer killed Erisine, had to look at my notes there for what the fuck they were called. Erisine Rantha. It could have been one of the people trampled. Just saying, it could have wrapped itself up.
Already solved.
Yeah.
Nobody else dies. That's the answer.
So,
Looking forward
yes.
to that.
Excellent. Ignysera.
Yeah, it was really fun. I did enjoy the kind of visual of the arm thing, monster thing. Kind of eldritchy. It's fun. But yeah, Noya. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. Like, yeah, they just kind of like dove in there and they just gone. But no, yeah, Ignysera was not leaving her body there. Like,
no, I like
was
that.
going to argue
nice.
against burning it. Well, it's only like as a last resort if you really can't take them with you, and she can take them. Like they have the capability to do so. So she would.
No, it was good.
So,
it was
yeah.
nice to see you like making that stand as well as like, you know, it's nicer to see that kind of personality come through from Ignysera as well, because we've seen like, you know, big strong lady, but now it's like actually my beliefs are like, we can take her. There's no reason we can't.
Yeah.
We're taking her.
Exactly, we're taking her. She's like she died a warrior's death. She deserves to be honoured for it. So, and yeah, it was really good. I thought something was going to happen in the craziness. Someone died or not, and they did. Now I want us to do like a little murder mystery, figure out who done it. Lockhart can be Sherlock, I think. Sherlock.
Either Watson. Get KT as Watson. Yep.
KT. Yeah. Yeah, it was really fun. I enjoyed it.
No, good. I'm glad. Nice to see some combat as well from our big warrior lady as well. Very, very good. I also like the fact you're like, I'm just going to keep hacking at it. Like it's like absolutely not stopping. It's fine. We'll keep going. It's good.
Yeah.
Yes. And Sean.
Yeah. I know I've got one of these basically every time where I'm like, oh yeah, this thing you did, this reminded me really strongly of that thing from that other game that I played. The hand guy reminded me very strongly of the Cryptus from Guild Wars 2.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that, surprisingly.
There's the particular example of them that I'm thinking of. Like, not quite as eldritch as your thing, but
Okay.
you know, he's got all the hands on his shoulder and they're like animated. They're all like sort of writhing in like a wave.
Hey, if
And,
you
like,
took
when
enough
it-
of
when
the
he
thing's
enters the
hands,
next
you could have got...
cinematic, they just
Ali Ben could maybe have thrown that outfit together for you if you took enough of the hands.
what a look. Yeah, Alu Ben. That definitely was a highlight of the session for me.
What?
Just the like, yeah, you have one intellect. Yeah, you have one speed. Yeah, you have one might. It's like, oh yeah, okay, that was a big deal, huh? It's like you don't like you say, yeah, sure, I trust you. Let's do the thing, and then you do the thing, and it's awesome. It's like, wow, that's a lot of power. That's amazing. And then, like, for some reason, I'm not even thinking of the potential downsides. I'm not even thinking, like, wow, that could be, like, really game-breaking, huh? That's not a skill mish either. Like, okay, it's an event. It's a special event. It's a special occasion. We're not going to do this much more, probably, for plot reasons. And then you come out of it, oh, no, fuck the plot reasons. Mechanically, this is This is a thing.
Well, think about like Falkwin
Be very careful.
channels energy right through him, like magical energies through him as a conduit. And I mean, you know enough about electricity to know that capacitors are a thing, and resistance is a thing, and burning out circuits is a thing, and you're a circuit. So yeah, maybe channeling Aluben isn't something you should do. Maybe until you learn how to maybe make that safer.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
But it does show you the lengths that Aluben's willing to go to as well, which is nice. No, it was nice for me to get to showcase that little moment between the two of you as well. It was quite fun for me. It's always nice when players lean in and go, yeah, let's go for it. Let's see what happens. It's good. Yeah. How does Falkwin feel about the murder mystery?
Yeah. Well, I mean, so it's always, well, sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's hard to separate what Sean thinks from what Falkwin thinks. Like, I had the little light bulb moment of, oh, hang on, this behavior, like, could this be a kid? Who knows? But that's not necessarily to say that, that Falkwin would have jumped to that.
Thing is, though,
Falkwin would have been
not
smarter than me.
all serial killers are mentally more mature than childlike capabilities, right? I wouldn't say you should rule out your theory. You don't have evidence to weigh it up or down currently. So it's worth having it in the mix, right? Like, any theories are good to help other people weigh up what they think based on what they've taken from the game. I'm very much a big fan of, as a GM, if you have an idea you dismiss, say it anyway. Because, then somebody else might be inspired, even if you don't think it's worth it. It might be, in fact, the exact thing you're looking for. It's always worth having it. If it's dismissed, it's dismissed. But, as I said, it's worth throwing it in, I would say. Yeah. Anything else? All good?
Yeah. It's good session.
Thank you. And a banana!
That was fun. Always enjoy a bit of combat. I loved that we got a cipher used from Ignysera, even if the terrifying hand creature tossed through it. It was still very cool. Because we so rarely use cipher.
Yes.
In the game called cipher. Loved seeing people like really lean in. Really, really enjoyed all the Aluben Falkwin stuff. I think that's very exciting. I think Myr'ra is suddenly way more aware. Like, she knows Aluben is powerful, and she's now like, shit. No, that's probably out of our pay grade. Which is an exciting, like, moment of when you're suddenly like, ooh, okay, right. Well, that's going to go slightly higher on my list of things to be concerned about.
It's valid.
Yeah, very excited for Murder Mystery. Both Hannah and Myr'ra, big Murder Mystery.
Yeah.
Myrra's definitely read whatever this world's version of Agatha Christie is. She's definitely read all of them. She's definitely already opening the right desk being like, I've got red twine. So excited for that. Interested to see how it's all, now that we've got the refugees. Yeah, it's already a bit of a like, oh no, we've already sort of failed in terms of someone has died and 2 people have been trampled. Whoops. But also way more people than we were expecting. So there's like a whole... I know we were slightly delayed, but like probably not delayed enough for it to have almost doubled the amount of people who would normally be here. Does that mean something else is going on in the pit? Does that mean something else is going on in Sin? Like, is this a echo?
Would I foreshadow? Would I?
But yeah, very fun, very exciting. Interested to see what happens next.
Yeah.
Love also that Lockheart leaned into a 1, and I enjoyed that it was creepy and weird. Feels like on point for Caldera.
Yep. Any chance to do some weird metaphysical landscape RP, I'm here for that. Any chance I get. So yes, no, it was good. Yes, thank you all for playing. We're gonna have our votes and suggestions now for our XP of the week. Hannah, do you want to start?
I would vote for Sean and Falkwin because I think that really leaning into the Aluben stuff was awesome. And also, as always, like the buffing in the fight and like being very true to character is always something I enjoy seeing.
Thank you. I wish everyone had the expressions that you've got. It's so good. Yeah.
How does that happen?
It's something to do with I'm on a fruit-based tablet.
Wow.
Other possible sin-related products are available. But yes, Sean, your votes?
I mean, if we're voting people for going ham, then I think I have to tap Lockheart as well for, you fulfilled the prophecy. You rolled high, then you rolled low, and then you spewed tar.
Yep. Glad to know there's a prophecy for this, but yep, it's good. You are the chosen one. Nice. I mean, Alexander.
Well, I would vote for Ignysera for having that, like, say, having principles of not leaving the body behind, which I think we were able to overcome. Not the principle, but we were able to like lead through. I think it was about to be at odds, but I was almost disappointed we didn't have the confrontation. But so I just enjoyed all of that roleplay.
Not good. I mean, nicely segued. Thank you, everyone. Kalli.
Great. Now I've got the deciding vote. I was going to vote for Folk. Enjoyed Half-Elven, and yeah, like almost dying, I guess, but going big, letting a takeover as well. Good.
Well, congratulations, Falkwin and Sean. Yes.
Your description of the process of that happening reminded me very strongly of when the crystal was taking over Kida's body in Atlantis.
Okay. That was a reference further back than I was expecting.
It was a very good description. I was like, this is great.
Yes, the light coming out of the eyes and the mouth. Yep. Also, great movie. Why isn't that live action yet? Like, honestly, get on that team.
Please no. I hate the live action trend. Can we not just make great animations again?
Honestly,
nice.
Right. But yes, well, make sure your XP totals are up to date. And obviously we'll see what we can do for our next session, whenever that may be. There might be a small hiatus, we shall see. But yes, thank you all for playing. Always a pleasure. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.